dead hand.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, we're discussing Speculative Fiction, which is track number 1 on 2005's Potemkin City Limits. And this is our 8th episode about that album. A little bit of background information first. The term speculative fiction refers to a, quote, broad category of fiction encompassing genres with elements that do not exist in reality, recorded history, nature, or the present universe. Such fiction covers various themes in the context of supernatural, futuristic, and other imaginative realms. The label seems to have been coined by sci-fi author Robert Heinlein in 1941 and then popularized later on in his essay in 1947 on the writing of speculative fiction. And adding to the definition I just shared, Heinlein describes it as a specific science fiction subset, which is narratives concerned not so much with science or technology as with human actions in response to a new situation created by science or technology. Speculative fiction highlights a human rather than a technological problem. And I think it's important to point out here that, white men have had a monopoly in telling those stories of how humans respond to science and technology. So Heinlein, Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, they're considered the big three of sci-fi. And while I respect their work, aside from Heinlein's writing and ideas that can be interpreted as giving a green light to fascism, I also want to hear different perspectives, different interpretations. And there are so many amazing Black authors, Indigenous authors, and authors of color who are redefining the genre by weaving in their own cultural heritages. The late Octavia Butler, N.K. Jemisin, Nnedi Okorafor, Stephen Graham Jones, Cherie Dimaline, just to name a few. And, I catch an interview, I read an article, or have a chat with someone, and I save those recommendations on my library app to build not just my knowledge of the genre, but also my understanding of people.
Yeah. And, I'm really glad that you brought up Nnedi Okorafor just out of the blue there, because her book, Who Fears Death, about like a post-apocalyptic African continent. And also her book is called Kabu Kabu, which is like a collection of short stories. Those are some of my favorite books out there right now, just in general. And so huge shout out to Nnedi Okorafor. And if anybody out there hasn't read her work, it's absolutely amazing. And funny story that you mentioned Octavia Butler, because I'm actually rereading Parable of the Sower right now, because it takes place like now. Like she wrote it in like the early 90s, I think it was, and it takes place basically in this exact time and place that we are currently living. So like if you read Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower right now, you're reading a book about essentially today, like the 2020s. So that is like a really compelling and interesting title that I'm currently rereading for the first time in about a decade, but it's creeping me out because it's now, and it's basically not fiction, which is wild. Right. So prophetic, so many of these pieces of work, but
including this song, right?
Totally. Oh my gosh. And we're going to get all into this, man. It's going to be nuts. And, thinking of speculative fiction itself as a literary genre, I watched an interview with Margaret Atwood recently about the genre itself and how she writes her speculative fiction works like Oryx and Crake, Year of the Flood, Handmaid's Tale. And she talks about throwing the reader into a scene of showing us the world of the near future without large pieces of exposition in the story. Like, I absolutely love that description, because if you think about what this song does, it throws you immediately into a conflict, and it shows us a striking visual of a world that if you take just a teeny tiny bit of effort and time, it's not that impossible to create this vivid idea in your head. So I really liked that idea about throwing the reader into a jarring situation of a recognizable yet strange world. So I've been really digging this lately.
Yeah, and I think Future Home of the Living God is an example of that, to where things are familiar and recognizable, but as the story progresses, you're hit with these details that are different without that clear explanation, as you said, without the exposition. you kind of have to figure it out on your own and piece those things together about how the world either looks different or works differently.
Yeah, and I was talking about this song earlier with somebody, and we were talking about what is speculative fiction versus what is science fiction and things like that. And I was like, I see speculative fiction almost as like an overarching umbrella for things that are very scientific or either very dystopic or either, very just like barely different from the world that we inhabit. Like I see this as like an overarching thing where it can be very scientific, but it can also be just a barely different world. Like I'm thinking about The Ministry of the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson now, because I just finished reading that a while back. And in that book, it starts off with a massive heat wave that kills 20 million people in India in the year 2024 or 2025. So we're talking about barely in the future at all, in a completely recognizable world where they're like, in the book, they're having trouble with like the window air conditioning units in the book. You know what I mean? So like, I'm thinking about like this can go from a barely different world in the very near future or a totally different fiction of our imaginations as far as like science fiction goes. So I see this as like a massive umbrella term for what can be a really, really wide ranging genre of literature. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think I always have a clear idea, or if you ask different people, I think they might give you different descriptions or different big takeaways of what speculative fiction is. But that one totally makes sense.
Nice. I mean, let's talk about this song, man. So what a song. Like this song won Propaganda the Echo Songwriting Prize, which is now called the SOCAN Songwriting Prize. They won this prize in 2006.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, dude. And like this is a special piece of music, man. Like they also donated a substantial portion of their winnings to a couple of charities in Winnipeg, which is the Canada Haiti Action Network and the Welcome Place. So interestingly, I looked at the artists that they beat in the 2006 competition.
Cool.
I wanted to see who they were up against, right? And they beat Owen Pallett and Laura Barrett. And if you know anything about Canadian music, I would bet that you know those names. Both are fabulous artists. And here's an unscripted moments propaganda podcast connection for you. So Owen Pallett, who lost the songwriting prize in 2006 to Propaganda, is the producer of the 2019 Mountain Goats record, In League with Dragons.
No way.
Seriously. So John Darnielle, one of our earliest guests, singer and songwriter for the Mountain Goats, had a record produced by Owen Pallett, who lost the Echo Songwriting Prize to Propaganda in 2005 or 2006. So we have a very it's a very interesting, crazy amount of connections that we have here.
That's really cool.
I know, right? So Owen Pallett's an amazing Canadian songwriter. So you should definitely check out some of that stuff, especially if you're looking for some chill out time. So interestingly, at the 2021 Winnipeg shows that I was at a while back, the first Propaganda shows in over 2 years, Speculative Fiction was the only song that the band played from the Potemkin City Limits LP. So this is the only song on this record that was represented live at those shows, which was very strange to me. I was not expecting there to be only one. Like if at the bare minimum, I would expect a Bringer of Greater Things to come out. But this is an essential piece of the Propaganda discography. It is easily one of the most important Propaganda songs. And I will say this right off the bat at the top of the episode, that for many years, anybody who had asked me what my favorite Propaganda song was, I said Speculative Fiction.
Oh, same.
And I said, this is my favorite song of all time.
Yeah.
So for a long, long time, this was the song for me. Does that resonates with you as well?
It is the song, I think, for a lot of people. A lot of people are head nodding along with you at home right now.
Yeah. And like, so whenever I've been researching this song for the last week, and I was shocked to discover this is the 29th most streamed Propaganda song on Apple Music, compared to Ska Sucks, which is the 8th most streamed on Apple Music. Don't tell me
those things.
I know, right? So like, but like I posted that on Twitter, and There was
no.
and a lot of people replied saying, no, this is the song. So I also know that the Rad Dads podcast, whenever I was like, I posted that I showed somebody propaganda for the first time recently and that I played Tertium Non Datur,
Mm-hmm.
and Rad Dads podcast replied and said, no, the answer is Speculative Fiction. You are very wrong. So this, for many people, this is the song. And I took a peek inside the double LP from G7 to see if there were any specific notes associated with this song. And
Right.
just above the lyrics, it says, "What do you mean love is not all we need" by Snake from Voivod.
Yeah, and that's from the Voivod song Facing Up off the band's 10th studio album, which was released in 2003. And the full lyric is, "Why religion or magic or anything else? What do you mean love is not all we need? Is it so hard to look at death every day? Maybe one day you may say this is for real."
And interestingly, I don't know if you remember this on Chris's Patreon, but for a while he was making a lot of new music, collaborating with some musicians in Winnipeg. And one of the things that he did is he made an alternative version of Speculative Fiction, which is available on the Patreon. So if you, you can listen to it there in the full, but there's an instrumental version, there is a demo version, and then there is a finalized version with Chris singing in this style.
The 49th parallel cut out diplomatic ties as we expel all American dignitaries and issue a nationwide travel advisory for any others left inside. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The burnout shells of southbound traffic lay strewn along the coast. Stretch a Whitby interstate, still visible below.
And interestingly, and rather, ironically, and like it's painful for me to admit this, but like the music on the Patreon was one of my most overlooked details of Chris's Patreon. I was so obsessive about the podcast episodes, and I wanted to learn so much about his thoughts on the music that he's created throughout his career that I overlooked some of the music that he was putting out, including this alternative version of Speculative Fiction, which I listened to once or twice a long time ago, and then I've only really been recently revisiting. But there is an absolute treasure trove of virtual 7-inches and live material and rough mixes on that Patreon. If you haven't signed up yet, all you people out there should check it out. But I'm curious if you've listened to the alternative version on Patreon.
Well, big same that I have overlooked the digital 7-inch material that I think by the time I signed up, which was maybe a year and a half after Chris had started, I just went back and listened. Like I binged the podcast and I didn't even really look for other content. So I just need to download those things and throw it on my iPod and have it there. So that way I don't have to look through it. But I did listen to it previously and in preparation for this, and it's eclectic, it's warm, it's beautiful, the music and the vocals. And I think, hearing that makes me realize that I got to spend more time with what other content am I overlooking there.
Yeah, one of the things I would definitely recommend is his Sacrifice cover and his SNFU cover. But this alternative version of Speculative Fiction is so cool. And like 80s Rush fan Chris really jumps out on this,
Yeah, the lyric "grace under pressure on" in almost any circumstance that comes to mind.
Yeah. And just because I played a clip of it, which Chris, thank you so much for giving me permission to do. The personnel on the alternative version is Murray Pulver on guitars and backing vocals, and he also produced it. Ryan Voth played drums, Dave Landreth played bass, Zach Antel played keyboards, Chris played guitars and sang. Paul Yee was the recording engineer, and Howard Redcop was the mix engineer. So shout out to all those players and those engineers for this gift to Propaganda fans. But definitely go sign up for Chris's Patreon if you haven't. There's so much good stuff there that if you sign up now and like you pay him like $10 or something, like you get like his entire history of content that he's got in all those different tiers. So it's like honestly a really good deal to sign up now because you get everything. But Keith, this is a special episode for me because I did 0 interviews on this episode. And I can't even begin to describe to you the glee that I'm feeling right now that for the next 2 hours, people get to listen to you instead of me. So, can you go ahead and maybe tell us about our first guest on this episode? Because I'm pretty thrilled by this.
Well, I also have to admit that I felt somewhat guilty being the only co-host to conduct interviews on the Propaganda song. So I was thankful for your support and your encouragement to knock these 2 out. Well, listeners of the podcast know Waubgeshig Rice from your awesome chat about the track Supporting Cast, which was episode 40. And of course, Wab as the author of Moon of the Crusted Snow. Wab and I talked about the genre, speculative fiction, Wab's personal history as a reader and a writer, Indigenous history, his book, Moon of the Crusted Snow, and of course, the lyrics and the music of the song, Speculative Fiction. I had such a great time talking to him. I've been really excited for a few months now for people to hear this. So I hope you enjoy my conversation with Wab Rice. Waubgeshig Rice, welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Keith, I am honored to be back. Super stoked to talk to you today.
Yeah, I'm so excited to talk to you. Having found out about your work from Chris Hanna's Patreon, now, of course, a fan of your writing and admirer of your just super positive and engaging presence on social media. After having you on the podcast for episode 40, when Greg talked to you about Supporting Cast, a conversation that, no joke, when it ended, I remember yelling, no, because I could have listened to another 2 hours of that conversation. So the fact that I get to talk to you today about speculative fiction, I'm just super thankful and grateful for your time.
Oh, man. Thanks a lot, Keith. I love the work you guys do. It's a super amazing podcast. You can tell you pour your heart and soul into it. And it's an essential resource for fans. So it's going to live on for many years to come. So it's just, again, an honor to be here.
Well, thank you. That means a ton. And well, since we're here to talk about speculative fiction, what got you into writing?
Well, I think I got into writing mostly due to my background as a Anishinaabe person. I grew up on the reserve in a time back in the 1980s when my community was really reconnecting with culture and history and language and so on, in the wake of, successive attempts to destroy our culture, right? Like residential schools, the Indian Act, and so on here in Canada. But I was fortunate to, be brought up in an era when, my parents' generation and their elders were making a concerted effort to raise my generation with our culture, what had been denied them and their predecessors for so long. And a big part of that was storytelling. So that was ingrained in me, through family gatherings, through cultural events, in the school curriculum on the reserve. And I grew up in a place called Waubgeshig First Nation near Parry Sound, Ontario on Georgian Bay. So I think that's really where it began, because I just had this fascination with the act of storytelling, with the ways that, my people since time immemorial had, passed these lessons and these morals on. And, as I got into sort of language arts and, creative writing and reading fiction and so on, I saw, different ways of adapting those stories to the written format, more or less, right? So I think that's where it started. Whether I realized I wanted to be a writer or not at that time, I'm not really sure. But as I became, an avid reader, as I became an experimental writer through my teen years, I think it sort of exponentially grew from there, right? And I had these dreams of eventually becoming a published writer when I was a teenager, never really knowing how that was actually going to happen. Thankfully, it did eventually, by the time I got to my 30s. But yeah, I give credit to my family, my community, and some really influential teachers, who encouraged me to write on my own.
Do you remember some of the things that you came across reading in your teen years that kind of got you exploring new narrative styles, or things that you wouldn't have read, perhaps like suggested from someone else, like things that you found on your own? Any particular stories or novels or anything else?
Yeah, I would say, coincidentally, given the topic of conversation, it was entirely speculative fiction that really got me into, I think, literature, especially when I was a teenager, right? So by the time I got to the 9th grade, or grade 9, as we call it up here in Canada, I went off reserve to go to high school. And I think the storytelling that I experienced there was quite different than my own upbringing. Like English class was very much like, okay, read a book for a while, we'll talk about it a little bit later, write an assignment on it, and so on.
Right.
And this was back in the 1990s, right, when I was a teenager. And back then in the Ontario curriculum, it was predominantly white authors, mostly dead guys, right? So I never saw like my experience as an Anishinaabe kid reflected in literature at all, but I did like some of the books we were reading, like I remember reading The Chrysalis by John Wyndham in the 9th grade. And that's sort of a sci-fi, post-apocalyptic story, about, the aftermath of, a world-ending event kind of thing, right? And I just really enjoyed that. And as the years went on, I like stories like that, like Lord of the Flies by William Golding. And then eventually, some headier ones like Brave New World and 1984, Fahrenheit 451, and so on, right? So those were really neat for me to read, because I just enjoyed that sort of narrative of the world ending and, what happens after that kind of thing, right? But it was an aunt of mine, and I think I might have mentioned this in the supporting cast episode, but one of my aunts, her name was Elaine. She started introducing me to stories by Indigenous authors, books that were being published back in the 1990s that I wasn't being exposed to at all in the provincial curriculum, right?
Yeah.
So, books by authors like Thomas King and Richard Waubgeshig, Louise Erdrich, Lee Maracle. And that was the first time I'd seen Indigenous experiences reflected in a book, because a book is always held up as the pinnacle of storytelling in the Western world. You're sort of brainwashed into believing in grade 9 that your story is not legit unless it's printed in a book, kind of thing, right? So, having that exposure to Indigenous authors was really important to me. So combined with like some of those works that I really gravitated towards, like those speculative fiction novels, I sort of let my own imagination go. And that's really where it all, I guess, sort of accelerated.
Yeah, that experience or description of 9th grade and the classics and other people telling you what the classics are, very much like this rigid, gatekeepers with the same thing year after year, being taught of just the same authors. And what I can say that I'm thankful to see in my school is the reading and the ELA teachers that I work with, just diversifying in a way to where they use short stories from people around the globe. And it's not just, O. Henry and Shakespeare and just the same things that we read, but to where students can see themselves in the stories. And just like in my history class, where students can see themselves in the history, that it's not just of like the wealthy and the elite and history from, of and about presidents, but of the people who make up the majority of history.
Yeah. And I guess as an educator, you're basically on the front lines of that change, right? Like you're
Right.
seeing it happen in real time.
Yeah, right. And seeing so much progress being made, and of course things simplified, unfortunately, and oversimplified in politics, in the media. But I mean, I tell you, when I have a particular resource in class, and students who identify with that and they start to volunteer, and they've never volunteered before, but that history reflects something about their identity and their own family.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that you can't, you can't just put into a state curriculum, or you can't legislate. I mean, that's something that you have to know about your students, and you have to work to adapt and change. And I do see teachers, not enough, of course, but I do see some change from where I came from school. So, I mean, so Wob, you mentioned speculative fiction. I'm actually a little unclear when it comes to that as a genre. So like post-punk comes to mind. Like I know I listened to it, but I don't think I could give a clear definition that would match other people's descriptions of what like post-punk is. So how do you define speculative fiction?
Well, I think the good thing about speculative fiction is that it is pretty broad, and that, it is quite subjective how you define it. Basically, the easiest way to describe it is fiction that has elements that aren't in our real tangible world, in our day-to-day lives, right? And it goes across various genres, from like fantasy, science fiction, horror, superhero stories, the post-apocalyptic, dystopian, or utopian stories. Basically anything that explores what a different reality could look like, whether that's in the future or in the past. And you can consider even some quote unquote historical fiction going down that road too, because you have retellings of past events through different perspectives, right? So speculative fiction really is a way to imagine a different reality. That's sort of how I see it. But it also, in that sense, provides an opportunity to make some pretty critical commentary about our current state of affairs, right? And that's what I think really good science fiction does in particular, and really good dystopian or post-apocalyptic fiction does that as well. It takes, some familiar elements of what we know now and sort of alters them or carries them forward into what we could end up seeing if things don't go the way they should, or if we maybe lose our way as humans, or if we find the right path, how we could bring things together. That's rare. Like you don't see a whole lot of utopian fiction these days. It just doesn't sell, I guess. People want to see things go down the shitter, I guess, in some ways. But so yeah, speculative fiction, very broad, covers many genres, but it just looks at different ways to examine a different reality.
And what are some of your favorite works in that genre or with that descriptor?
Well, I mentioned those books I read in high school that had a big influence on me, like the 1984s and the Brave New Worlds and so on, right? I think I have moved beyond that kind of canon myself, as someone in my early 40s now who is like an actual published author. Although I do give those works credit for getting me onto this path, right? But I think now, and you mentioned this earlier about the new I guess truths that are finally being reflected in the classroom. We're seeing those experiences also reflected across other art forms, right? Whether it's literature, film, theater, or anything else, and in that sense, we're seeing some really cool portrayals of speculative fiction by Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, So I think of more recent works like American War by Omar El-Akkad. It's sort of a look at, a second civil war in the United States, about 70 years in the future from now or so. Future Home of the Living God by the Anishinaabe author Louise Erdrich. It's sort of a post-apocalyptic story about sort of these weird biological changes to humans and what could possibly happen from there.
Yeah, I read that because you recommended it on the last episode.
Oh, cool.
On supporting cast.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
So that was one that I, again, finding your work, but also finding other authors.
Yeah,
which is great. So I'm like writing names down.
Sweet. Another really popular one is Station 11 by Emily St. John Mandel. It's a plague story, though, so I don't know how willing people would be to get their heads into like a plague story as we continue to deal with the pandemic. But it's a really cool way to look at, a total collapse and what's rebuilt after that. Like the list goes on and on and on, really.
So I'll point our listeners toward an episode from 1A from NPR in which the host interviews LeVar Burton, and they just kind of spout off these different the authors and speculative fiction titles, and it's a list that I have next to my bed, on my nightstand of things that I'm either requesting at the library.
Cool.
So if that sounds like something that people at home are listening or would be interested in exploring, just about the importance of reading as a whole, I think it was a fantastic conversation. But you'll find, I think, a lot of other maybe not as common, not just the Orwells and other suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right on. I'm interested in seeing that. Cool.
So, I actually just finished Red Mars by Kim Stanley Robinson, which I discovered thanks again to Chris Hanna, who has talked about his works on his Patreon. And, so just like Moon of the Crested Snow, I read beginning this year. It was like the first novel that I had read in a while, and mostly just reading either social sciences or history or nonfiction. Thinking that it would be like a relief, but also understanding that your book, Moon of the Crested Snow, weaves in history and lessons from the past, resonating challenges in the present, and what also feels like just dire warnings of the future.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to hear about how you got yourself into the mindset of writing this book, especially something that's as dark and chilling as Moon of the Crested Snow. I know your website has a playlist that you mentioned. Is it listening to songs on repeat? Did you have to isolate yourself to get into that headspace? What was that process like?
Yeah. At the time I was writing Moon of the Crested Snow, I was working full time as a journalist for CBC in Ottawa. So I didn't have a whole lot of time to write fiction. It basically happened in my free time, either before or after work or on the weekend. So it was very much a sprint every time I had to sit down to, slam out some prose, So yeah, I did really have to work hard to get my head into that space, because maybe I would have been at CBC doing a story about, some new legislation coming from Parliament or coming from City Hall or something like that. And it's like, okay, I got to switch gears to this post-apocalypse, this world I'm trying to dream up,
Right.
So yeah, sometimes I would just put on a song that would, propel me to that space. And it could often be, something ambient, but I tended to gravitate towards something with a relevant lyrical content, like Speculative Fiction, the song we're gonna chat about today, or something like Deltron 3030 by Del the Funky Homo Sapien. It's an imagination of the world in the year 3030, right? It's a rap album, a hip hop album, or even like something by ISIS, a band I know you like. And I think I wrote most of it in the winter, and most of the book takes place in the winter. So I would I don't know, if there were times when I was like, it's just not clicking, I would just go stand outside for a few minutes, or go for a walk around the block just to feel that cold, feel the wind on my face, crunch through the snow, and so on. Right. In terms of the historical stuff or the cultural stuff, that is just a part of me anyway. And I didn't really have to dig deep for any of that stuff, because these are things that I just live with all the time. Right. And I could tap into that fairly comfortably. But in terms of switching my mood, I would do those really quick things, or maybe watching a video, something by Radiohead or something like that, right? Just to sort of switch gears to write this speculative fiction, really.
It's interesting how you mentioned like going out into the cold, because I feel like the cold is literally a character in the book. Like its presence is so important and inescapable. It's just as important as some of the main characters.
Oh, thanks. I'm really glad you picked up on that, because that was intentional, very much. I think in a lot of fiction, the setting is just that. It's the backdrop, but for me, I have a great deal of respect and admiration for the natural world around me. And that's because I grew up in the bush, right? Like I grew up in a home without hydro or running water for, a big chunk of my childhood. So I was outside a lot as a little kid, hauling water, chopping wood, pulling in the gill net with my dad, gathering medicines and food from the bush and so on, so I have lived with it. And I very much see it as something much bigger than us, something that's more than a character, and how we coexist with each other as humans is very much dependent on how we relate with the world around us and how we respect and treat the world around us. And it was really important for me to convey that in the story. And it was really hard to do, because like when you're trying hard to paint these pictures of this massive entity of nature, of Mother Earth, some readers may find that boring, or they may be distracted by it, or they may just want to see what the humans are doing, right? So it was a challenge to convey that to the level that I wanted to, while trying to uphold a compelling story on its own, but I'm really glad you picked up on that, and it's something that I try really hard to do.
Yeah, as I listened to Moon of the Crested Snow, I had this feeling of tension. The atmosphere, the physical environment, and the mood all crafted in a way that felt like just a string slowly being pulled taut as the book progressed forward. And I mean, again, my hat's off to you as a gifted writer that obviously takes skill. And you mentioned that you didn't really have to dig deep to do the research, because what you talked about is who you are. But how, if it's not so much researching, how about organizing those ideas to put them in the necessary place for the novel?
Yes, that is a challenge as well, because, I could say being Indigenous is an existence of being displaced, of being colonized, of being brutalized, of finding your way back to culture and picking up the pieces. And it very much is for most Indigenous people. But finding that road back to your identity and to your culture is not simple at all. It's not straightforward. And being Indigenous is very much a spectrum, because there are on reserve experiences, there are urban experiences, people who have been apprehended by the state from their families and communities and then have to find their way back in their 30s and 40s and so on, right? So, I can't just basically portray that one solitary universal experience, because it doesn't exist, even though I have a very solid, I guess, background or understanding of my own people's history and my own family's history and so on. But, what I try to do is just lift those universal elements out of my own existence and try to put them on display for other people to hopefully connect with, so when you're considering like a dystopian existence, that very much is what exists now for Indigenous nations all over the world, and we all know that. But that's a major revelation for non-Indigenous people to consider, because in many ways, America is a utopia for some people. In many ways, Canada is a utopia for many people as well, So you have to work hard to flip that for people who don't quite grasp that perspective. But you have to work hard to make sure that other Indigenous people can engage with that as well. And if they don't understand that, make sure that they don't feel shame for not understanding that either. Because as I mentioned, it is a long sort of curvy road back to where we all need to be, but on a personal level, my grandmother explained to me when I was younger, why we live in a post-apocalypse as an Anishinaabe. You know, she
Mm.
explained how her grandparents' generation was displaced from the mainland, from their homelands. My reserve is on an island where I grew up, right? And she explained to me what it was like for her grandparents' generation to be removed from the mainland and then forced onto this island that they couldn't really farm on. And then they looked back onto the mainland where forestry became the primary industry and saw all the trees get cut down. You know, the trees that they'd seen stand there since as long as they could remember, you know? So that is watching your world end, you know, in real time. And that is only 4 generations removed from me, you know, from my existence in the late 20th century and early 21st century, you know? So yeah, that's when I say I didn't have to dig too deep for that, because it's all been there for me my whole life. I've had that understanding, you know?
What I think is important that you mention is the ignorance or the lack of familiarity amongst white Canadians or white Americans or authors who are readers in the audience who are not familiar with those stories. Even in my own classroom, asking students about the Indigenous history of where we live, I mean, it's completely raised from Northwest Indiana. I mean, there are almost no signs aside from names of places or geographic features. So just outside of Chicago, which itself is based on an Indigenous word, like those things have become like its meaning has been lost, or its origin has been lost. And for students, like having my students research and find the nations that lived where I am, and then to see that today they're in Michigan or in Oklahoma, and then to make those connections to understand that displacement, I think that's something that's not, that if it's like partially understood, it's not grasped, it's not dealt with, and not enough people will sit and really like understand and then explore further the implications of that for the people displaced and then the settlers who have displaced them.
Yeah. And that is, I think, a worldwide phenomenon. You can tell somebody something over and over and over again, but until you show them, they're just not going to grasp it at all. And we've had that recent experience here in Canada with the recovery of all these children in mass graves at residential school sites, that has just sort of come to light for most Canadians in the past few months. You know, that is knowledge that we as Indigenous people have always had. But for some reason, it's only really hitting home for everyday Canadians now because there's something tangible there. There's something they can see and possibly visit to wrap their head around that. Okay, Canada committed genocide, you know? So yeah, it is a very long process, you know? But like Indiana, you know, I from what I understand, my lineage goes back there as well. You know, I have Potawatomi lineage on my father's side, from Wisconsin and from as far as we know down to Indiana as well. But do I know of what like my potential homeland there could be? I don't, because that would have gone back, you know, many more generations. Right. Like I should have that knowledge, you know, I have a right to that knowledge, but as you say, it's something that has been raised from the collective psyche, you know, and it's really sad and tragic to consider that. And, you know, it can really like grind you down if you think about the magnitude of erasure that colonialism is responsible for, you know. But again, to go forward, you just have to grab onto the little things that you still have and try to put it all back together, you know.
Yeah, well, that description that of post-apocalyptic, that so often, again, white audiences see that as like a genre of fiction, and not understanding that it is the lived experiences of countless people across the globe, and maybe only getting just the smallest taste of that uncertainty within the last year and a half or so. Like myself, I remember experiencing a few waves of panic since March of 2020. If it's isolation from family and friends, restricted travel, disruptions in the supply chain and having legitimate fears of like food running out or other essential goods, there's this realization for me that how my survival as a person is completely contingent upon society functioning like normally, right? Like the scene from Cormac McCarthy's The Road comes to mind, where the man looks out the window and sees this unexplained fire and immediately fills up the bathtub, right? Or Evan White Sky in your book, literally beginning with hunting to have food for the winter. Like I can't do any of that. I wouldn't have thought like fill up the tub, or would I be able to gather or hunt or fish or grow my own food? So I wouldn't be able to provide for and protect my family during a breakdown that is described in your book or possibly in the song Speculative Fiction. So I'm curious, did you have any realizations about your own preparedness or possibly lack thereof while writing your novel?
Oh, constantly. It was a real test of my own skill and character from start to finish, man. Like whenever the power went out while I was writing it, I was like, oh shit, like not just light the candles. Where's the bug out bag? Like what do we have packed? So yeah, I constantly measured my ability to really deal with that, and I made some changes. I made plans and bought some supplies and so on, but I am not there yet. And a big part of that is complacency, the comfort that we have in our society. Like I'm very privileged in that I worked a media job for a long time, and my wife has done various work in bureaucratic, administrative and so on, and she has always had a good salary. So, and we lived in Ottawa too, which is a fairly comfortable city. So it was always there, and I was just like, oh, okay, I better learn about this, or I better do more of this. And now that I'm writing the sequel too, like my head is right back there, and I'm like, I got to do more of that, but like thankfully, I have been, connecting with a lot more like friends and family who are more resourceful than I am, to refresh me on some of these things and to teach me more of the things that I didn't quite pick up when I was back home living on the reserve. So emergency preparedness is pretty much a daily thought in my head for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be like it would have to be while writing that. Well, I mentioned the cold already, Wob. I think another memorable aspect of listening to Moon of the Crusted Snow is the incorporation of Anishinaabe Moem. And what role does language play in crafting the story and the setting?
I think the main objective for me in including Anishinaabe was just to have it represented in a predominantly English text, to have a book published in Canada and elsewhere that had the original language of the land on which Canada has been founded. And I just wanted it to stand out, just to be there, So at the same time, I didn't want to misrepresent my own comprehension of the language itself. So what you see in the book is basically the extent of my understanding of Anishinaabe. So you have some very basic commands, some fairly extensive vocabulary, but like maybe a 2 or 3 year old's level of grammar, right? And that's just what I know. That's what I knew at the time, and I have to give credit to my editor, Susan Renouf. When I had an initial draft, all of the chunks of Anishinaabe were always immediately translated into English. If it was dialogue by a character, they would repeat the same thing in English. And she said to me, don't hold the reader's hand through it. Make the reader do some work, and you can translate it through the action too, if you really feel like you need to. And that was really empowering for me. And I think I'm not necessarily sure there are a lot of lessons in the language itself that I can transpose to the actual prose.
Mhm.
But I think just having it stand there is a statement, right? It's me being proud of my background and not having it like italicized or othered or any other
Mhm.
way, you know. So that's sort of that was the main intent behind that. With the next part, now that I'm writing the sequel, it sort of is 10 years into the future after the last one, right? So I've done a lot more studying of the language on my own. My skills have improved slightly. So, what I want there is to have this community that has done that additional work as well.
Mm.
So what you'll see is a slightly elevated, level of Anishinaabe in the sequel. And it's really hard, I think, to try to convey some of the lessons that may be in the language. And I think, again, I wouldn't want to misrepresent my own comprehension and sort of go deep in that sense. But yeah, it's just to be proud of it and to, I guess, sort of resist and claim space for the language in an English text.
Well, one thing that I noticed is the use of Anishinaabe names for Evan's children, Nangons and Mingon. And while the adult characters have names like Evan, Nicole, Terry, and Walter, there seems to be this hope for, as you said, like rediscovering and circling back to like the lost identity and culture and heritage for the next generations. Was that the intent?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that was inspired and influenced by my own upbringing too. My parents named me and my brothers back in the late 70s and early 80s in Anishinaabe. And that was somewhat rare at the time, but that was them reclaiming that, because either my ancestors were forced to change their names, or the shame that lingered as a result of being assimilated forcefully took the language away from the naming process, So yeah, my parents decided they wanted to reclaim that. And I think what you see in the book, where the younger generation has predominantly Anishinaabe names and the older ones don't, you see that in a lot of communities today, not so much now in the year 2021. Like, most of the younger generation and their parents will have Anishinaabe names, which is really cool, and I think that's probably common across a lot of other indigenous nations, across Turtle Island. But yeah, that I think maybe, to go back to your original question, that perhaps is one of the lessons that I tried to convey in the language itself, in that you can reclaim identity by the simple act of naming, and it's really powerful when you consider it, because you're giving your child a gift to carry throughout the rest of their lives. And I say this all the time, that the second greatest gift my parents gave me, number one was obviously life itself. I wouldn't be there, I'd be here without them, but the second greatest gift was my name, because it connected me to them, it connected me to my community, connected me to my culture, my language, every single day that I've been alive, and I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, that's, I mentioned how Indigenous history has been raised from where I live in Northwest Indiana. So part of what connected me to your book so much was the immersive aspect of the language, that I, like through like the visual descriptions, but also like the narration of the actual audiobook, and then with words that were unfamiliar to me, it's so much felt like I was somewhere different. Like all of that created an atmosphere for me that put me in a different place when I was listening. And I think that's, the language is a huge part of what made your book stand out in a way that it was somewhere different. It wasn't outside my door.
Yeah.
It was real people with real experiences that differ greatly from my own, but have like this history and culture, and this, like these connections, like with the families and the friendships. And it was just like this very, very immersive is
cool.
the word that comes to mind.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. And you know what? Like, I think maybe sometimes I take that for granted, you know, even with including the Anishinaabemowin words and phrases and so on, you know, that is me expressing myself as an Anishinaabe person. But, you know, sometimes maybe I forget that can really ground a reader into somewhere else. But also, you know, maybe invoke empathy in some ways by showing that humanity on that level, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So if any listeners, obviously the message here from me, at least, is if you've not read Moon of the Crusted Snow, you have to, so please do so. It's really incredible. So let's talk about the song Speculative Fiction. Yeah. So can you describe some ways in which the lyrics fit the narrative style or the genre, the genre speculative fiction?
Yeah, well, I think what it does is it has some specific imagery that is rooted in reality, in what we know. And it really, I think, takes that a step further and illustrates some different reality. So with the song, what we're looking at is a potential conflict between the United States and Canada, right? So a new Iron Curtain drawn across the 49th parallel. Like those of us who know history know what an Iron Curtain is, you know, going back to the Cold War and so on. But when you consider the potential of drawing an Iron Curtain across the 49th parallel, which is, you know, the border between Canada and the United States, that is some imagery that just, you know, we both know, but we combine them into creating this different reality. And it shows this potential conflict between the United States and Canada, right? And, you know, throughout, I think there are some Winnipeg specific things, like he talks about the murals on West Broadway. He talks about the stupid fucking laser pucks, which is like one of the most hilarious references in any tune, you know. And I think a lot of Canadians especially love that. A lot of Canadian fans of Propaganda. For listeners who may not know, back in the 90s when the NHL was looking to expand its reach in the United States, Fox ended up broadcasting some games, but the, I guess, executives, the know-it-alls at Fox thought, okay, well, it's going to be hard for a new audience to follow the puck. So what they did was they put little tracking devices in the puck, and they had these sensors that they used to make like a glowing sort of orb around the puck. And whenever the puck was shot, you know, this blue laser beam would follow the puck, right? And it was like a running joke in Canada for years, you know, and it's like, oh, Americans can't figure out how to follow the puck, you know, blah, 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 blah. And that was like one instance of Canadians maybe exercising their moral high horse in some ways over Americans, right? So,
well, I have to come clean. I remember seeing a game in my teen years, because I'm not a real big sports guy.
Yeah.
And seeing it on TV and seeing the laser pucks and going, oh, that helps.
Yeah.
That is directly geared at or directed at me for sure.
Yeah, but at the same time, like that, it makes sense, you know, because like for most of my life that I've been watching TV, I've watched hockey and I can follow the puck no problem. But right. You show it to somebody who's never seen it before, it's this tiny thing on a screen, you know. So I don't begrudge them or fault them for coming up with this idea because it made sense, you know. But that is like one particular image that everybody knows, you know, who's a hockey fan. But yeah, other things like, you know, broken down cars going south on the would-be interstate. That is specific imagery that people can dream up in their heads and imagine, okay, we can speculate about some kind of event getting us to this place, right? So I think, you know, in my mind, that's what good speculative fiction does. It takes this familiar imagery and alters it in a way that, you know, really invokes some fear in some ways, but also, you know, some introspection at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's important that you mentioned visual imagery because, you know, so much comes to mind still from Moon of the Crusted Snow. Like I can still visualize Evan's home or Scott's face or the panic at the grocery store. So these incredibly descriptive, but also could be unique to individuals. Some to me are like scenes from movies. Perhaps other things are maybe more universal. And
Mhm.
even describing the Iron Curtain, I mean, that's a lyric I've heard literally hundreds of times, but not placing it as being somewhat anachronistic or being like an alternate version or telling of a story,
Mhm.
something like Philip K. Dick and the Man in the High Castle or something like that. um, I almost just I hear it literally for what the words were, and I don't think of the the how it fits into, say, like the rest of history,
Yeah.
or how it doesn't fit in with history.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting to note too. And I won't go too deep into my book, at this point of the conversation, but when I was considering what this new era would look like for the characters in my story, I was like,
Mhm.
well, how would they take the dead to the morgue if they don't have cars or anything anymore? They would drag them on a sled, across the
Mhm.
snow on a
Mhm.
plastic sled, right? Or how would they drink water? They'd have to boil snow. So things like that people can sort of relate with and consider themselves doing on their own.
Yeah, I'm going to keep bringing it back. So, like, the number of similarities that I connect between Moon of the Crusted Snow and the song Speculative
Mhm.
Fiction, there seems to be widespread violence, or unrest, the presence of outsiders or
Mhm.
interlopers,
Mhm.
the desire maybe to create something new and better.
Yeah.
I mean, I see your book in part, at least, as a scathing allegory of colonialism, while
Mhm.
speculative fiction in part warns against imperialism. So what do you see as the lesson of this song?
I think the lesson of the song is that these two states that, citizens on either sides have known intimately for so long are ultimately both very fragile.
Mhm.
Even though we have one superpower in one much smaller country, there is the David and Goliath imagery that he invokes in the lyrics as well. At the same time, we have this very tenuous grip, I believe, on the societies that we both have on either side of the border, and the infrastructure that we're reliant upon on each side. So in my book, that's what I wanted to convey, was that we think we're comfortable, but we really have this very loose grip on the things that we're reliant upon. And with a song like Speculative Fiction, I think it's the smallest things could tilt the balance between these two countries and ultimately end up with one overpowering the other. And we all know which one it would be, obviously. But there was something that came up in recent times that was very relevant to this. And I know that Chris noted it on Twitter when Donald Trump imposed the steel and aluminum tariffs back in 2018. That had a big impact on Canada.
Mhm.
Specifically here in Northern Ontario, where I live, in Sault Ste. Marie, a city just west of here, they're a steel producing town, right? And that hit them very hard. And there was all this rhetoric that Trump, was obviously known for, that he bellowed out now and then. But I remember seeing people tagging propaganda on Twitter saying, like, hey, you guys predicted this with the speculative fiction. So, and even we got a good 15 years left. This song came out in like 2005, and that happened almost 15 years after that. So
Right.
yeah, I think it's to show that we're really just on the edge. It is a very delicate balance that we tread in real life. When it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to, well, we're reliant on capitalism ultimately, right? And we don't know how sustainable this entire system is. And I think that's one of the underlying messages in something like a speculative fiction as well. And it definitely was one of the underlying messages in Moon of the Crescent Snow too.
Yeah. Yeah. So you mentioned the David and Goliath references, and in the United States, there is this like nationwide struggle with our memory of the Civil War, right?
Mhm.
To where if it's conflicts related to curriculum, how things are taught, the historiography, in interpretations of what the war was caused by, fought for, and meant,
Yeah.
like before, during, and after. I'm curious, being north of the border, about the memory of like the War of 1812 and the United States with like the Britain's colonies in Canada at the time, and how that is like perhaps commonly taught or talked about, from like the non-American perspective.
Yeah. Oh, that's super interesting that you bring that up, because I think in many ways, like, history is very much speculative fiction as well, because it has been documented by just one side, and usually the winning side, or the side that owns the printing presses, or the side that can really outnumber the people in the town square, the others in the town square, and so on, right? So when you consider the War of 1812, up here is very much taught as like a victory for Canada, but it wasn't even Canada yet. Canada wasn't confederated until 1867, but that's how Canadians see it, as a victory for Canada. From an Indigenous perspective, though, what we know it as is another example of Indigenous people getting screwed over by the colonial authorities, because what Tecumseh, who was the Shawnee leader who allied with the British, his deal, as he understood it, was, okay, we'll help the British, quell these American forces from expanding their territory, and we'll give you like a solid chunk of land specifically for Indigenous nations. Like, colonization is happening anyway, we're taking over this whole thing, but if you fight for us and we win, we'll give you this huge chunk of land. And I'm not a historian, so I can't remember exactly which chunk of land it is. But of course, that didn't happen in the end, on this side of the border, and on the southern side, we all ended up in so-called reserved lands, just small chunks of small stamps, small parcels of land compared to what Indigenous people once had. Another example I consider often is, the Vietnam War. And, I think I have not learned it through the American perspective, but, what I've seen in popular culture is that, it was very much a draw, is how it's sometimes portrayed, from the American side. I was in Vietnam a couple of years ago, and I went to the War Remnants Museum in Ho Chi Minh City, and you go there and they're like, oh yeah, we won. We kicked their asses and drove them out of here, kind of thing. We resisted colonialism and imperialism, and seeing it represented that way is like, wow, it is mind-blowing to consider. I had this sort of Western perspective of a Vietnam War my entire life until I was 40 and went to the War Museum in Ho Chi Minh City, and I think that's what speculative fiction really gets at in the end. It runs through this imagery that's familiar. It's explores potential scenarios of a conflict between the United States and Canada. And at one point, I thought it was maybe a little tongue in cheek, especially the part about the stupid fucking laser pucks. I was like, oh, this is Chris, being cheeky about, a fake war between Canada and the United States. But the further down you go into the song, and he talks about the, as we wave goodbye to such sad childish refrains, they're going to be replaced by other stupid lullabies. And then he says, oh, just a speculative fiction, no cause for alarm, repeats that part. But then I think that leaves a sort of different mood to the song, in that, no, wait a second, like, sure, it's a speculative fiction, but maybe it could actually happen.
Yeah, right.
Like, there is a possibility here. And I think that's at the core of any speculative fiction altogether, is that there is a moral or a lesson to convey. My lesson that I wanted to convey with Moon of the Crusted Snow was that, all of these systems that we're reliant upon are weak. The only thing we can rely on, the only thing that has sustained us since time immemorial as humans, has been the land. We have found everything we have needed in the land and on the lands, regardless of where you're from, everywhere around the world. That has been the one reliable source of life, the one constant. And yeah, that's sort of the key message behind that, I guess, piece of speculative fiction. So yeah, to be able to draw parallels between my book and the song is really fun. It's really cool. I humbly do that. I do not think I have the capability to concisely convey something as profound as Propaganda has with this particular song. But it is cool to sort of look at different ways of showing what a potential future could look like.
Yeah, in your comments and ideas and reflections on the War of 1812 and how Canadians now see it as a victory. It's interesting for me that much of America's like iconography is born in the war. Like our national anthem was created during the War of 1812. Uncle Sam is first appears during the War of 1812. And there's a pretty profound quote from Henry Adams, who is the grandson of John Quincy Adams, the sixth president, who said, "Many nations have gone to war in pure gaiety of heart, but perhaps the United States were the first to force themselves into a war they dreaded in the hope that the war itself might create the spirit they lacked." And that quote seems to sum up, unfortunately, so much of US history, and not just like there's the military might, but there's the lack of understanding and context amongst like the citizenry, to where we celebrate what we see as a victory, but we're not even aware of what the outcome was, whether it's our involvement in forever wars for the last 20 years. We have symbols of the national anthem and Uncle Sam, but we're unaware of like the impact on indigenous peoples, and we just celebrate and ignore everything else.
Well, and you consider like the axis of evil, or you're either with us or against us, and all that jingoism that really burst into flames almost 20 years ago. And what has happened just recently, all those imperial forces have left and the Taliban has taken back over in Afghanistan, like at what cost, for the imagery of, I guess, victory and ego for the United States, and much to the detriment and tragic detriment of the Afghan people. It's just sad.
Well, Wab, I think about the imagining of closing Canada's border with the US. I think about that very differently today than in 2005, post Brexit, in the era of COVID, with the news coverage regarding America's border with Mexico, Canada marking its first National Day for Truth and Reconciliation this year. So this song conveys a frayed relationship between settler colonial powers who seem to turn on each other. And I'm curious about your perspective on that part of the song, like seeing as how Canada is going through this reckoning of its own through what appears from the outside as an attempt to address and reconcile its atrocities and genocidal actions against First Nations communities.
Just how I consider those revelations on both sides of the border.
Yeah. So like given the context of everything that's happening now with this idea of like, I remember thinking back when I heard this and I would go like, oh, I don't blame them for wanting to close the border. It's better there. They have it figured out. Right. And of course, that being an oversimplification or being naive to the struggles and the issues and problems in Canada. And even if this is just like an imagining of it, with also the internal conflicts and the internal issues happening within Canada, this imagining of closing the border, like how do you see that idea in 2021 with everything that's happening in North America?
Well, the internal mythology in Canada has always been that we're not as bad as the United States.
Right.
That's the way it's always been, and the propaganda that Canadians have been force-fed forever has been that we are this kind and benevolent nation north of the 49th parallel. We didn't have slavery. We didn't have a civil war. We aren't currently an imperial force trying to colonize the world and impose democracy in communist countries and so on. And that's always been the narrative that Canadians have told themselves, mostly within the last 60, 70 years since the end of the Second World War. That has very much blown up in all Canadian spaces now, and Canadians are starting to reckon with that actual colonial history. So I think like that idea of like walling off, the chaos, quote unquote, of America is really evaporating at this point, because Canadians are starting to realize, and that's a very general statement. There's still a lot of pushback to these revelations, to this knowledge, to this idea that Canada might actually be bad. There may have been evil forces at play for a long time in Canada. Like people are just refuse to accept that still at this point, and it's going to take a long time for people to get to that. But yeah, I don't think that idea of keep them away is as prevalent as it once was, because now we are learning the truth. Canadians are learning the truth, right? And that's one thing I've always seen as a major difference between the United States and Canada. Yeah, even growing up, always knowing of the residential school system and all the various other oppressive measures like the Indian Act and so on, how that wasn't widely known, whereas in the United States, slavery was widely known. It's taught in schools. There are national discussions about it all the time. And I'd always given Americans credit for that, just for owning that history. And, of course, that is also a general statement. Not everybody is prepared to own that and to find a way forward and so on. But at least that discussion was happening, right? But it never happened here at all, and we've always been frustrated, many Indigenous nations. So, yeah, I think like that idea of like this moral superiority that Canadians have long kidded themselves over is fading away. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's really great.
So we've talked about the lyrical aspects. We talked about your book. While we have to talk about the music, of course, because I know you're not just a fan of the lyrics, but what stands out to you, as a longtime listener of Propaganda, of the music itself from Speculative Fiction?
Well, it's the sort of the thrash elements, the punk elements, the vocal range of Chris Hanna, but also the delivery of the lyrics too. And when you guys had Josh Lindley on, a buddy of mine, he talked about when ordinary people do fucked up things become ordinary. He's put it so perfectly that like sonically and lyrically, everything comes together in a Propaganda song, right? And this is just another perfect example, the music itself. And I mentioned this when I was talking to Greg about supporting cast. Like I came to these albums after the fact, right? I was a fan. Right. I was a fan when I was a teenager of the first two albums, and just sort of dropped off the radar. And then moved to Winnipeg. Was like, oh yeah, Propaganda. Got into supporting cast, then went back to both Potemkin City Limits and Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. And the first time I heard Speculative Fiction, I was like, holy shit, man, this is a thrash song. Like this is heavy. This is like a grinding tune, much heavier than a lot of the other stuff from the earlier albums, so that's sort of what I really liked about it. But like, they have a way of really just pummeling you, for half a minute to a minute, and then bringing it back and having these, beautiful little interludes to, I think, let what you just experience sort of digest or to sit with you, And I think like a lot of it is because the lyrical content is not necessarily heavy, but it's meaty, there's a lot there for you to consider when you've just heard it. So I think that's just my theory. I don't know how they write songs. I'm just speculating myself about how Propaganda structures their tunes, but that's what I love about them. And when I talked to Greg about supporting cast, these songs are kind of similar, right? Like they have those driving moments, but they have those breaks too, that just let you breathe for a moment and hear some nice little guitar sort of melodies and just a lighter beats or some vocal sort of I guess some more ambient vocals, I guess you could say, right? But yeah, it's just everything's there. And I think this is one of the sort of quintessential, musically, one of the quintessential tunes at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Wob, this has been just an awesome conversation. It's been enlightening. It's been informative. It's been fun. So often with interviews, I get like really nervous beforehand, but your energy, your positivity, I feel like we've just sitting down and having a drink and talking to someone I've known for a long time. That this has been so cool for me, from reading your book to interacting with you on social media, to hear about one of my favorite and one of the biggest propaganda songs. I'm just super thankful for your time.
Oh man, Keith, I'm super thankful too. This was a super fun hangout. I really appreciate you taking so much time with my book to really appreciate it and understand it and share it, with the world on your podcast, and draw the parallels between it and this kick-ass tune by Propaganda. It's super cool. So, props to you and Greg as always for this show. You're doing an excellent job, and you're bringing a lot of people together, and I think you guys really deserve a lot of credit. You should understand just how important the work that you're doing is, especially at this time, for a lot of people. And I know it's been a great light for me as a fan and as a new friend of you both, man. This has been super awesome. So thanks a lot. Chimigwech.
The 49th parallel. Cut all diplomatic ties as we expel all American dignitaries and issue a nationwide travel advisory for any others left inside. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The burned out shells of southbound traffic lay strewn along the course. Stretch of would-be interstate, still visible below. Below the charred remains, Pax Americana plates. Your stupid fucking laser puck was just the start. Although you may stand 6 full cubits and a span, a shepherd sling and 5 stones in our hands. The Battle of 1812 lives in our hearts. We don't care if we're destroyed. We'll never capitulate. We'll take the whole fucking world down. Down with us in flames. Just a speculative fiction. No cause for alarm. We got a good 15 years left. Till united we stand. Murals on West Broadway finally fade, and we wave goodbye to your sad childish refrains, exchanged for all the stupid lullabies. Like you can have my guns when you pry them from my dead hand. Just a speculative fiction.
All right. So, Keith, thank you so much for that fabulous conversation with Wob. And everybody just heard a sort of crooning, quiet cover song lead us back in from Wob's interview. And that is our buddy Lang Huck from St. Louis, who submitted that lullaby style cover of Speculative Fiction to the podcast. You may remember that Lang also did a similar version for Devil's Creek, our Devil's Creek episode. And you can find both of Lang's propaganda covers of Devil's Creek and Speculative Fiction at his Bandcamp, doublehelldethmatch.bandcamp.com. If you are curious to snag those as a digital download, Lang has got those posted. So thanks again, Lang, buddy, for coming through. It's super cool of you to do that, and I'm really thrilled. But Keith, we have yet another guest, and this is an interesting guest too for me because of the musical performance element that ties into this. So tell us a little bit about our second guest and why this is going to be kind of a cool conversation.
Yeah, Greg, I talked to Garrett Miller. Garrett is a jazz drummer and YouTuber who's made a name for himself by watching and reacting to subscriber and Patreon submitted requests, primarily but not exclusively metal. I think just given the nature of extreme music and drumming. I found Garrett's videos right at the start of quarantine in spring of 2020, and I instantly became a fan of his. He's super knowledgeable. He's very funny. He's overwhelmingly positive, and I think just a content creator that doesn't make me regret spending 10 minutes on a video or binging 3 or 4 at once. So I had a really great time talking to Garrett about his family history with music, his experiences on YouTube, his love of propaganda, and a lot about the drums on Speculative Fiction. So listeners are going to get some much needed in-depth insight on George's drumming. So I hope you enjoy my chat with Garrett Miller. Garrett Miller, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
So, Garrett, I'm a huge fan of your YouTube series. If you could take a couple moments to tell a little bit about yourself to the listeners who might not know who you are, what roles like music has played in your life, and what you're doing with music now.
So music's always been a part of my life. My grandfather's a musician, my uncle, my aunt, like a lot of family members are musicians. My grandpa had a room in his house that was just, he had one of every instrument. He was just into learning everything he could about different instruments. So he could kind of play a little bit of everything. But that was one of the earliest memories of music was, going over to their house and having that room available to play in and make noises with and kind of be in on. He'd turn some music on and he'd put on a big band record or something, and we'd just be in there playing with whatever instruments were available. And then my uncle was a drummer. He had a big old drum set up in their house, and I used to love seeing that. And just kind of, I don't remember a time where I wasn't like into music somehow or wasn't like obsessed with drums. Like I don't remember a time without it.
Right.
First drum set I got was in 87, so I was 6 years old.
Oh, man.
And it was one of those little like JC Penney like bass drum, a snare, a drum, and a cymbal. Like there was no hi-hat, there was nothing. And I played that for a few years. I wasn't really into it because there was no hi-hat. Like I knew right away, I was like, I like this drum set, but I'm not going to play it that much. And then when I was in 4th grade, my uncle gave me like a pieced together drum set of stuff that he had collected over the years, old gear that he had, put it together and gave me that. And then I played that. Like, I don't even remember 4th grade because I was just playing drums the whole time. So, and that was kind of the beginning, like, you know, played in the talent show at the end of 4th grade and killed it, and was like, oh, this, like, you know, having the all the kids in my class like react to me playing, like, kind of planted that seed of like, I don't know, the buzz you can get from playing in front of a live audience. And I just kept playing. And back in those days, I was, as a kid, it was a lot of MTV on TV. And in the 80s, early 90s, there was actually music on TV, and a variety of music on MTV. It wasn't just lots of hair and makeup. You know, there was, they played Sting and Bruce Springsteen and Peter Gabriel and Paul Simon and like all kinds of stuff. And all genres at some point kind of got represented on their top 10 or whatever. Like, there was a hip hop phase, there was a grunge phase, there was an alternative phase, there was a metal phase. And so being a kid that was watching MTV all the time, I got exposed to all that music. And so I've always kind of had a really varied and I don't know, what's the word, eclectic taste in music. You know, I've always been, you know, one of my favorite albums of all time is Ladysmith Black Mambazo's Shaka Zulu. And they're the group that played with Paul Simon on Diamonds of the on the Soles of Her Shoes. They're the a cappella South African vocal group. And they're one of my favorite groups of all time. So I'm a jazz drummer. I'm into that. I'm into metal. I'm into punk. I'm into all these things because it always sounded good to me. And I always enjoyed hearing new music and learning about new music.
Yeah, and so with the space behind you right now, I see Metallica, NoFX, Miles Davis. So definitely like these different styles, not just extreme, not just fast, not just like, you know, technical in some simple way, but a range of styles behind you.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that too comes from my brother. My older brother is a brilliant musician, and he was a bass player and a piano player. And I got a lot of that from him because he was always going like, man, check this out, you know, check this out.
Cool.
Check out this, like, you know, and so a lot of the stuff, like, he would get into it first, and then I'd be like, oh, so like Metallica, Primus, Run DMC, NWA, Public Enemy, The Roots, like those are all bands that he turned me on to. And so a lot of that I got from him. And so, yeah, just playing all the time, listening all the time, jamming with friends, got to high school, joined the band, marching band, you know, in the drum line, jazz band, all that stuff. I was just always doing it. So back to my brother, when he was in high school, he was in the jazz band, and I was in 8th grade watching him in the jazz band. I was like, guess I'll get into jazz. And so well, not just because my brother did it, because I really enjoyed it, you know, and I liked the sound of things, and just kind of jumped into that. And I'd say about 8th grade was when I started taking lessons in that style and learning new things about playing jazz. And that kind of sent me on a different trajectory where I was just like obsessed, where I'm like, I want to be in the band, and I want to learn, and I want to play and learn how to read and like do all this stuff. At the same time, while I'm in high school, I'm also playing like in ska bands. And other funky projects, like just side projects all the time. I'm always doing jazz. That's always my main thing. And that's kind of what I was known for in high school. But I always had side projects. And then, you know, like around about junior year, a friend of a friend needed a drummer in a punk band. And, you know, Southern California in the mid 90s, this was a place for that kind of music, melodic punk. You know, Lagwagon was from right up the freeway. You know, that's Santa Barbara scene's an hour away. LA's an hour away. So we were right in the middle of it. So we could go up there and see bands. We could go to LA and see bands. And so this guy needed a drummer. I went and got the Survival of the Fattest compilation. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I think a lot of people are. And that was my first exposure to a lot of these bands. And Propaganda was one of the ones that got repeated on that record pretty regularly. So when I went to audition for that band, I tried out. They were like, "Yeah, you're great. You're in." And they burned me a bunch of CDs. They burned me Bad Religion, No Effects, Lagwagon, Pulley, Millencolin, like just a whole bunch of CDs. And then they burned me one CD had How to Clean Everything and Let's Talk More Rock on it, and that one was on repeat too. And once I really I liked them, I was like, propagandy's cool. We say propagandy in Southern California. I'm trying to adjust because I heard Chris say propagandy, and I'm like, all right. That's the way you say it. Just once I sat down and read the lyrics as I listened to the songs, that's when I really started to get into them and kind of like be like, oh, this is one of my bands. So because you listen to a lot of music, you listen to a lot of bands, and then you kind of start making this collection of like, these are the ones that like mean something to me. Their music means something to me. It's more than just something to listen to. And after like reading through the lyrics on Let's Talk More Rock, I was kind of like, yeah, these guys are great. And then played in that band for a while, joined some other bands, did some other things, did some small tours, did some other things, and just kind of was in that whole scene for a little while. And then, I went to college, things change, pathways change. I've always been playing jazz, except for the last year, but that's always been the main part of my life. And the side projects are always kind of, come and go, as I guess, but jazz is always the thing that's always been there. And I did that from high school, played in college jazz bands, played in semi-professional, more like reading bands where it's not associated with any school, but it's a big band and you do gigs and play and stuff. Combos, playing, just kind of gigging around the county. I've never really branched out that far. I moved to Nashville for a little bit and figured out that Nashville wasn't for me, and that kind of life wasn't for me. Smoky bars for 6 hours a night wasn't going to do it, and traveling in a van around the country wasn't going to cut it. It was one thing when you're 19. It's another thing when you're 35. So, and I've always been fairly pragmatic in the process. Always had a job, always made sure that like I could take care of myself. I was never willing to take that big risk to like go all in on like doing something that is essentially like I never could kind of get the guts to go through with anything crazy like that. So that's my entire life musically kind of wrapped up in a rant, not a rant, monologue. I don't know.
Well, Garrett, I know you from your YouTube videos, and I'm one of your almost 70,000 subscribers. So you have the series where you break down and discuss drum performances. And a lot of times it's metal, not exclusively metal, but you really, you'll watch, react to, and then discuss a drummer's performance. So what got you started doing those reaction videos?
So what got me into doing reactions was just watching reactions. And the thing that got me kind of typing reaction into the YouTube search was when Avengers was coming out and people were posting like crowd reactions from in the movie theater.
Oh yeah.
Of certain moments that were particularly like crowd pleasing. And so the one that I found, and there was a whole bunch of them strung together, and it was the scene in Avengers Infinity War where Thor finally arrives in Wakanda with his new battle axe, and he's got Groot and he's got Rocket Raccoon on his shoulder, and it's this big epic moment, and the Avengers theme hits, and that moment in theaters got huge crowd reactions. And one of my favorite sounds in the world is a huge crowd reaction, a big pop, just like really like it can give you goosebumps. And so I was like, that was happening to me when I was watching this. I was reliving this moment in an audience. I didn't see the movie in theaters, so I didn't get that experience. And so that's kind of what started it, was like these reaction videos, there's more to them than just a person watching a thing. Like as a viewer, one of the things that I enjoy about sharing things with people is just feeling their energy when we're watching something or reacting to something. And like, if I have a friend and I go, you got to check out this CD, and I give it to them and they react to things that I reacted to, I'm like, yeah, I get excited about it. You know, this is cool. This is cool. Listen to more. And so I started putting in like, well, what about this song? Like, I love this song. I wonder how someone else might react to this song. And so I'd put that in and see what, you know, what that was, and react to certain scenes from TV shows that like blew my mind. I was like, oh my God. And so I was like, and as I was watching all these videos from all these people, I started looking at their view count and their subscriber count. And there's like, you know, 100,000 views on a video of a dude watching Elvis.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this guy's not even really saying anything. He's just sitting here and he's bobbing his head. And he's not talking. He's not saying anything. He's not reacting. He's just kind of watching it. And then at the end of the video, he goes, well, yeah, that was great. Don't forget to like and subscribe, click the bell, you know. And I was like, that's not a reaction. That's just a guy watching a video.
Yeah,
and so I was like, I could do that. I'm like, I could watch drummers, because that's what I know. And put that on, and then I'll just react. I'll take everything that's in my mind and I'll just make it audible. Like whatever things I pick up on, I'm just going to say them out loud as the video is going. I'm not going to wait until the end and talk about it. I'm just going to do it right then and there. And so the first thing I was going to do was just react to songs. And then I did drum corps reactions, Drum Corps International. It's a marching band at the highest level. I mean, drum corps people hate that I called it marching band, but it's just band. And so it's world class. It's the highest level of marching music, marching arts, and they do amazing productions. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen some of your responses. Only from that do I know. Yeah.
Okay, so I started doing those, and then Drum Corps International, the overseeing body of that whole world of music, they hit me with copyright strikes and blocked videos. And so I kind of like, I emailed back and forth with them, kind of trying to be like, you know, can we work something out? Is there like, what can I do? And they were like, you can use 30 seconds of a video, but that's it. And I was just kind of like, well, 30 seconds, like I can't do anything with that. Like not what I want to do anyway. I want to watch a whole show. That's the whole point of a performance, is it's the entire show. If you don't watch the entire show, then you're missing out on all the context of what's going on. So,
and the viewers would want to see that entire thing.
Absolutely. So I was just like, all right, well, that sucks, and just kind of gave up on the drum corps thing. But then I had like remembered, I don't know what brought it into my mind. It maybe just popped up in my recommended videos on YouTube, but it was Bleed, Meshuggah's Bleed. And I was like, you know what? I've seen people do drum cover. Like I haven't seen people do drum. I see the videos on YouTube. Yeah. And I heard Bill Burr talk about them. And I've heard other friends. I had friends who I knew who were like Meshuggah. And I had never gone and listened and like just listened to what it was all about. So I was like, this would be a good first video for me if I'm going to get into reactions. If I'm going to get into reactions, this is a perfect first one for me to do. And so I was like, all right, I'll watch it and I'll react to it. And I just put jazz drummer reacts because like, yeah, I'm a jazz drummer. I have spent enough time of my life doing that and playing gigs and playing with other musicians and studying the music and like really getting into it, that I felt like I could represent that as a way to identify who's watching the video without clicking on the video. You can just see in the title, like where I'm coming from, like what my background might be and where I might be, you know, where my head might be at coming into it. And that kind of threw people for a curve because I put jazz drummer reacts and I think they immediately thought like, oh, this guy's gonna like shit on. Can I cuss?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'll try not to go too far out and like drop F-bombs, but like sometimes they just,
No problem.
But yeah, I think people expected me to shit on it and be like, oh, he's not doing this and he's not doing that. And that's totally not my style. Like
Right.
I like to look at things for what they are and not for what they're not. People love to hate things for what they're not. They go, you watch a drummer and maybe they play really fast and they go, yeah, but he doesn't groove. Or maybe there's a drummer who grooves and they go, yeah, but he can't play fast. And I while it still is in my psyche, I try to eliminate that, kind of thinking is like, everything has its own place and you just kind of have to look at it for what it is and try to enjoy it for that.
Yeah, that's a great observation. I remember Ebert saying the same thing about movies. Like he critiqued movies for what they were, not what they weren't.
Yeah. So I thought that it would be good because I would be open-minded going into it. It would be something that would be easy for me to enjoy, to expose myself to new music, which I've always enjoyed. And it just kind of was the perfect thing for me. Also being that I'm not like, I've had this YouTube channel since 2007 and I've posted all kinds of stuff and I've taken down all kinds of stuff because of my own, like I post it. I wasn't that happy with it to begin with. It's only got 4 views.
Yeah.
It's been up for 6 months and it's only got 10 views. I hate all of this.
Yeah.
And like go through a phase of being like, I'm going to completely get rid of everything because I'm embarrassed by whatever it is. No reason to be embarrassed. It's just my own like self-critical
I understand.
bullshit. And so being in a situation where like I've always wanted to make a presence on YouTube. I always wanted to like try to build my subscribers and like make that a way. I kind of, the YouTube channel was always there as a way to refer people that wanted to hire me for a gig. I could just go on Craigslist or wherever and email the person and be like, hey, I want to play in your band. Here's a link to my YouTube channel. Just go there. And if you are down, then hit me up and we'll go play. So that was what it was for most of the time that I had it, was just like, here's just go find me playing on this. And then you can see if you want to hire me or not. And that worked really well. Every time I would send somebody there, I would get hired because the things I had were catered to getting gigs. Like here's a clip of me playing in a big band. Here's a clip of me playing in a country band. Here's a clip of me playing in, this song, that song, whatever. But eventually I just take them down because I was, so as you can see, it's mostly reactions. There's a few playing videos up there. Like, I think I left my first video I ever posted, I left up there. But nothing ever caught on. There was never any traction. There was never any, I also didn't put that much into it, like production wise and all this. I'm horrible at all this stuff. Like I have mics and stuff, but like nothing sounds good. Like it took me like 3 weeks of tweaking things and working with OBS and like doing all this stuff to just finally get like a decent sound and camera that would sync up and work. So I'm not good at the tech stuff. I used to be good at the tech stuff, but I didn't keep up with it.
Yeah.
So, it's hard to post things when you record it and then you go, this sounds terrible. And I'm just going to say, forget it.
Yeah.
But reactions was something that I could do and I could make look good, sound good, and be entertaining to a degree and be interesting, be drum related, music related. So I ran with it. And the subscriber, the growth in the subscriber count from when I started within that first month, or I guess first 2 months, that kind of helped like keep me motivated to keep doing it, because there's something about that feedback that's really important when you're trying to become a creator. Like the thing I would tell people is don't stop making videos and don't take stuff down, because I made that mistake. But having subscribers and comments and people kind of reinforcing and like kind of building you up, it really helps to just keep going and keep making it. And yeah, it just worked out. Like I didn't think that I would get 20,000 subscribers in 1 week. Wow. Like what happened in it was like September of 2019. Like it was crazy. Like the Meshuggah Bleed video went viral, and it floored me. I I just kept plugging away, and it's worked out. And I had another kid, so the amount I've been posting has kind of fallen back a little, but I'm trying to get back into it.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about some of the metal videos because there's no shortage of metal drummer videos on YouTube. The listeners will know that Greg is far more into punk and I'm way more into metal. So like your videos with Gene Hoglan from Death, with Mike Smith from Suffocation, Sean Reinert from the late Sean Reinert from Cynic and Death. Ulcerate, that's my favorite reaction of yours. So I'm curious, since you mentioned like early on that in your reaction videos, a lot of the bands you're not super familiar with, even if you do like extreme music and you do appreciate metal. I'm curious what you've learned, like added to your knowledge of drumming across genres since you've started this project. Like, what have you picked up from those things that you've watched that you weren't familiar with before?
I think one of the things, like, I mean, double bass drumming has always been something that, like, I had a double bass pedal when I was younger, and I was trying to I actually got pretty good with a double bass pedal for a little bit for a sixth grader, like that's kind of the scale. Like, but Primus he uses a double bass pedal a little bit, Metallica, Megadeth. So I was playing that kind of stuff. But the things that the guys do now, the different kind of techniques that they use, like I've always known that there were like a lot of ways to play the bass pedal. You got your heel toe, your toe up, your toe down, your this and that. But the way that I saw some of the guys, and I'm sorry I couldn't like tell you which ones exactly do what, but you can, there were some, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was using, swivel technique and heel up and all these different things in one video. He was kind of like moving between techniques. And that's something I do when I'm playing in a, like if I'm playing in a big band, I'm mostly heel down, but sometimes I'll pick it up and I'll do a double for some or whatever, and switching between techniques to do certain things. Like if I need to play a fast samba, I might change my technique a little bit so I can get those doubles going. And so that was something that I picked up on, was like, oh, these guys are kind of doing the same kind of thing. Like you got to utilize all these different techniques in the course of a song. And it's the same with the hands, where you see somebody go from push pull to molar to doing a gravity blast on the snare, and like utilizing all these techniques. I was like, yeah, that's hip. Like taking the full library of techniques that you have and applying them to what you're trying to do. Like it's awesome. And I think that's one of the main things that I picked up, was just like how many different techniques guys can use, and how creatively they can apply them to what they are playing to make it work.
So let's talk a little bit more about Propaganda then. You mentioned that you got into them with the Survival of the Fattest comp and the first two albums. So you have been a fan way longer than I have. And I'm curious with some observations about the band's arc, like you mentioned this kind of melodic skate punk sounding from the first two albums. Then a little bit melodic, a little bit of like touches of hardcore, then this inevitable exploration of faster tempos, metallic structures, and then a lot of progressive elements in their music. So I'm wondering from the drummer side, how do you see Jord's arc as a player, like the evolution of his style or styles?
Yeah, he has the whole band, like the entire band has their own special arc. Like you mentioned, like you can clearly hear the difference between each album as they go on. You can almost hear what music they listen to between each album. It all comes out. With Jord in particular, you really hear, so on like How to Clean Everything is a very up and down, choppy, like raw and like I don't want to say grungy, but it's like it's got a very like punk sound to it. You know, the vocals are that very nasally punkish kind of thing, and the drums I say up and down, meaning like so here's something that Jord has done over the years is he swings more. Somebody, I don't remember who it was, but I think in the episode that you guys did on resisting tyrannical government, somebody had mentioned like this song swings, like it has a swing to it. And punk music does have a swing to it, and there are different drummers interpret it in different ways. I actually did a video on that on my channel where I kind of like say like there are punk beats that are more up and down that you might hear like on How to Clean Everything. Whereas as you go later, you kind of like songs like what's the Rock for Sustainable Capitalism is a super swingy punk. And that's kind of where they went from and to is this like slow, it's such an interesting way to hear it happen because it starts to kind of creep in at Less Talk More Rock with Resisting Tyrannical Government and that kind of stuff. And then it gets more and more prominent on Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes, where, you know, Empires and Back to the Motor League all kind of have that like swing to it.
Yeah.
And then on Potemkin City Limits, it's like really prominent. Like a lot of the songs are very up and down, but they still go back or are very swinging, but they still have that up and down kind of feel. Like on Name and Address Withheld,
Yeah.
it is more up and down, a lot more heavy downbeats on the bass drum. Whereas that the swing kind of comes from the heavy backbeats that Jord is very good at keeping consistent throughout the songs, and then that bass drum pattern that he throws in where it's you know, that little beat is so propagandy, and he just the way it swings and the way that swing develops over all these albums fascinates me, and I think it's pretty cool. It just goes to show that like he's not Jord as a player or as a person isn't confined to what he does. He can clearly is like open to all the techniques, you know, use different techniques, do different things, and you can you can develop your own sound. And that's exactly what he's kind of done is now I think, especially on Potemkin City Limits, it was particularly like kind of the point where you're like, this is definitely Jord. Like this is Jord as a drummer. Like that is like, if I was going to pick anything for somebody to listen to, it would be off that album. Because I think that's when they really that's when he really came into like a very mature, very relaxed, but very powerful sound. Whereas I think all the other times he was kind of building to that, working his way up to that.
Well, Garrett, we're here to talk about speculative fiction, and Greg and I know that this is an absolute fan favorite. So I'm curious, you mentioned a few things already now with that album that is distinctly Jord. What else is distinct about the drums in this song? Like if you had to describe it to another drummer who never heard it before, like what would you say? What stands out to you the most?
So I think one of the main things is there's so much to say. I don't know where to start. But his consistency throughout any song, there's maintaining a backbeat, while still musically hitting all of the figures. He's incredible at that. But if I was going to try to, like, the beginning is very fusion. It's got this like cross stick on the snare, which you don't hear a lot of in punk music. There's like a couple times where you hear it come up, like, you know, the cross stick when you put the stick across the rim of the snare drum and kind of get that clack, clack, clack. You know, No Effects is Sticking in My Eye. He uses a cross stick. Sorrow by Bad Religion, there's a cross stick, really cool paradiddle thing in that. But like, it's not something that you really hear, but here it is at the very first thing you hear at the beginning of the new album. So for a fan, you put on Potemkin and you start that song, you're kind of like, whoa, this doesn't sound like Propaganda.
Yeah.
This sounds like a fusion band or something. Like this is, that sound of him, the way he's playing the ride and he's keeping the snare going, and then he's playing these different colors on the cymbals, and he's playing little things on the bell of the ride cymbal, and he's doing crescendos on the China cymbal, and like all these little colors that he's adding. It's all very jazzy and it's all very delicate, and it's this little setup for when they hit you with that big one hand,
Right.
and they go, no, we are Propaganda, here we go, and now we're off to the races. So there's so many things that stand out as individual little things, but I think the overall thing that I would try to tell people is that like this could be some of George's best like musical playing. Like the way that he develops a song to its conclusion is brilliant to me. I think it's just everything he does just is so tasteful, and it leads right up to that moment where you're like, this is the, I don't know, I call it the shout. So in big band music, I'm sorry, I have to get this in because I've been thinking about it. So in big band music, there's a thing called a shout chorus, and it's the end of the song. So if you think of like sing, 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 there's the band, the song, and then there's a clarinet solo, and there's a big drum solo, and then the drum solo counts, and then the band comes back in. The drums are big and boisterous, big crashes on 2 and 4. The band is playing, the trumpets are going, the trombones are going, everybody's going, and it's called the shout. And it's usually the end of the song, or maybe it's close to the end of the song. But Propaganda has shout choruses in their songs.
That's great.
They're shouts. And so that's what I kind of, when I've been listening to this music, that's the climax of the song, is that shout, is that moment where Chris is telling you some shit you need to know. It's usually very meaningful, the way that they structure it when they get to that point. And, the lyrics are usually like something that is very pertinent to the meaning of the song. And Jord is usually just beating the shit out of his China, or beating the shit out of his crash. It's that big moment where you just have to bang your head, or, punch the guy next to you if you're in the pit, like whatever. That's that energy that they build up to. And this song in particular, because it starts from such a low place and so, delicate and quiet to begin with, to have it build up to what it builds up to, when, oh, you know what? I'm such a dope. I have a whole thing of notes that I didn't pull up. Yeah, the whole section where he's saying, we don't care if we're destroyed. That build, that because what you essentially have is kind of two songs put together. You have this very soft beginning, and it builds up, and then it all comes back down again. It all comes back down to that very quiet, where Jord is just playing a hi-hat on 4, and that's your only reference, is that one thing. And then they give you a 1, and they start to build it up, and then he starts building up the cymbal rolls, and those build, and he gives you the hi-hat, the fast hi-hats, and he starts building it up, and he's giving you ones, and then they start adding these other parts, boom, 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 and he's building it, and it's incredible. And so that whole section, when it comes up and it goes to the and that builds and builds and builds, that's kind of the shout. That's kind of that point where things are kind of going well. Maybe the part where they're talking about the War of 1812, that could also be kind of considered, like that could be the shout for the first section, for the first half, and then there's another one at the end when they kind of bring it all back. But that's one of the I don't know where this started, but the shout is one of the Propaganda things that I think most of their songs build up to. They build up to that point, and that's the climax. And Jord is particularly good at arranging and orchestrating his parts to accentuate that and make it as heavy and shout-esque as possible. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if I even answered your question.
Absolutely. So you've touched on a few of the things here already, that there are so many different patterns and beats. Some are punky, some are thrashy, fusion, as you said in the beginning. There's faster and slower tempos. How do you think these different parts fit together, and how do they add to what the rest of the band is doing?
So just in that beginning, the intro. So just in that beginning, in the intro, Jord is playing. I say fusion. This is a concept that comes from a lot of Latin music, a lot of, Brazilian music, is that rim click with the ride cymbal, just kind of delicately kind of, that's really common. It's really common in Latin music, and a lot of like gigs that I do where you're playing at dinners and cocktail parties and stuff. I play that kind of groove all the time. But they're at an accelerated tempo. They're way, way up. And all those little colors that he adds on the ride, they go in, they correspond with what Todd's playing on the bass. He's playing these cool little bass licks that are complementing what George's doing on the ride cymbal. Another thing that is consistent with this whole thing is this like heavy backbeat theme, and it's something that they've started to kind of do over their last couple albums, where the context of the backbeat is taken out. You have the backbeat, and whereas in a regular rock beat you might have the context of 1 and 3, so boom pop boom pop. Now if I take out that bass drum, pop pop pop, now my backbeat is empty. It's completely by itself. But by adding a little bit of a reference point here and there, you have that backbeat going. And if I give you maybe a 1 and an and of 3, or if I give you a 1 and an and of 2 or whatever, now I've added some context, and you can feel where the beat is, but there's still a lot of space to work in. So Rock for Sustainable Capitalism does it a lot. That song's very backbeat heavy. In fact, right at the beginning, it's very backbeat heavy. But this song is also, it does that same kind of thing where, the part where he's just giving you that 4. That's all you get. Boom. Now you know where you're at because they gave you a note. So those little things correspond, and they just, I don't know, they add like a quality to the music that is just so interesting to me, because you create all this space and then slowly fill it back up with cool bass parts, cool drum parts, cool kicks the whole band plays that are set up well by Jord, who understands that a drummer's job is to set up kicks, and like it just all comes together so beautifully. That's some stuff that stands out as far as the work between the band and Jord. Like his cymbal work in the song especially is just really beautiful. He has a lot of cymbal colors that are added that I think if they weren't in the song would completely change the feel of the song. It would lose a lot of that delicate energy that he brought to it with that. And I think the other part of that delicate energy comes from a lot of the parts that Chris plays, the guitar part, or maybe they're now a part that Sulin would play, but I don't know who the guitar player on that album was.
It was just Chris. Yeah.
It was just Chris. Okay.
Yeah.
But all those little, and it's something he's so great at, is being able to kind of cover a whole spectrum of harmony just on his guitar, with all those extra little colors that he adds on the higher register, while he's also playing like cool riffs and chords and chunks and things on the lower end of the guitar. It's incredible. But all those things complement each other in a way that just makes the music incredibly interesting and energetic and thoughtful.
Yeah. And Garrett, hearing you describe that, it's so funny. What comes to mind is how Chris repeatedly says on his Patreon podcast that he doesn't know how to read music. He hasn't taken lessons. He doesn't understand anything about the technical musical side of it. But then when you listen to a song like Speculative Fiction, you think, how is that possible?
Yeah, well, and it's they don't know what they're doing, but they just do it naturally. It's just they do the thing that me and many other people study and write down, trying to mimic. It's the same thing that's been done for all of music for all time. There's a reason kids study jazz in high school, is because at some point somebody was like, we should write this down, like write books about it and like analyze it. And while that, like music, like why analyze music? Like, well, I that's just what happens when you study music and you start to listen to music. You begin to analyze music, and if they don't know what they're doing, then they just have the natural innate ability to create this. And that's what is really cool about a band like Propaganda. And it's the same for so many bands, is like, this is what they sound like. And that's what art is. Art is just art is an individual manifested through some kind of medium, whether it's a painting or if it's a voice they do or an act they do or an instrument they play. That is, if you give it to somebody who's never played it before, that's what they sound like. If they work at it, they can maybe sound different, and they can maybe gain control of what they do. But if you set a toddler down at a piano, that's what that toddler is going to sound like playing piano. And then you can, build from there. But the art you make is the art you make. The way you draw is the way you draw when you start. But as you develop, you don't lose what was originally your innate artistic ability. You just kind of develop it and influence it and change it and send it in a different, it's just like me. I was once a baby and I have grown and I am now, an adult man. I'm the same person, but I'm profoundly different. And I'm way more capable now than I was when I was then, but I'm still me. And that's what the art is, I feel. So like a band like Propaganda, they may have sat down the first day and not been able to play anything, but over the years, together with their own creativity, their own curiosity, and their own development as musicians, develop their own sound and develop their own art to share with the world. And not everybody gets that. Not everybody has that. I still wonder if I have that. Like I've been in some bands and we've made some cool music, but I'm not sure anybody could identify me in a lineup of audio from anyone else. I might sound just the same as everybody else. I don't know. I've never there's no way to know until you do have the a million critics telling you whether you have your own sound or not. But
there's a reason why I'm talking about a band on a podcast rather than being in a band.
there's a reason I do reaction videos to other drummers instead of just doing my own videos, and it's there's a lot of reasons for that, but ultimately, like we still kind of have our own, like being able to share our thoughts about other things is our own way of expressing ourselves and our way of kind of sharing what we do know and what we have learned over the years with others. So
I love that human analogy of growing older or the toddler. That's such a poignant metaphor. And I think that also reflects, again, what I really appreciate. And if I've seen reaction videos before, you watch one and then I kind of like you veer away. But what I kept watching yours and what's kept me engaged and interested is how positive and how uplifting. And I think that is the connection that I kind of needed, around April or May of last year, when my wife would come in and she's like, "Oh, you're watching that guy again?" I was like sitting on the floor in my living room. And just that positive, like the appreciation, right? The appreciation is definitely what kept me coming back to your videos. And so Garrett, I'm curious, is this a song that you've tried to learn? And if so, or if not, what do you think would be your favorite part to play, and what do you think would be like the most challenging part to play?
So I think the best, I have sat down, tried to learn it. I've at some point I have tried to play all propaganda songs, except for maybe stuff off their Failed Imagineers and supporting cast. But from How to Clean to Potemkin, I have tried to play everything. And some stuff I can play, some stuff I can't play. Right now, I probably couldn't play hardly half of it, but at some point, yeah, I did kind of learn everything. But I also like I know what my hands are supposed to do on all the songs, but having them actually do it is a different thing. But in this song in particular, my favorite thing to play and the hardest thing to play would be the same part.
Okay.
And it's and that what I was talking about earlier, the first half of the song is over, it all comes back down, you get that 4 on the hi-hat, and then everything starts to build and build and build. That all would be very fun because there's a lot of cymbal colors added, there's a lot of cool things, there's a lot of space in there for you to play in. And that's like money, like that's my sweet spot. Like give me some kind of comp, some kind of background, and let me kind of fill in all these colors. It would be a lot of fun. But the hardest part would be when they go in, the hi-hat is going and he's starting to play fast on the hi-hat, and the band is starting to come back in, and he says, "We don't care if we're destroyed, we'll never capitulate." So that whole part, George, so there are a lot of things happening that George does, and this is really tough stuff what he does, and I don't know if anybody picks up on it, but I picked up on it right away. We don't care if we're destroyed. So he's playing this combination of things where he's got to hit the bound that the band does on the cymbals, but he's also playing on the floor tom and on his rack toms. And he's doing this thing where his bass drum is playing that punk beat, boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, and his floor tom's going. And his left hand is doing a pattern of 3 between 2 of the rack toms and the snare drum. So it's a 4/4 part, or a cut time part, that is being accentuated by this tom and snare part that is in 3. So bam 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 dun dun cat dun dun cat dun dun cat. If you listen to it again, you'll hear it. Everybody here, go listen to it again and you'll hear this part. But he has these little groups of 3. So that makes it uneven. When he's playing those parts, he's playing 1 2 3 1 2 3. So that snare lands on a different beat every time it comes back around. It's not a consistent placement. It's not always on 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. It's on like the end of 2, and then on 1, and then on the end of 3, or whatever. I'd have to break it down and do a transcription to tell you exactly where all those beats fall. But while he's doing that, and he's doing that 1 2 3 1 2 3, he's also hitting all the parts still, the dan 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 on the crashes, and that doesn't change. So he's hitting those crashes while he's doing that group of 3 on the left hand, and it is a total mind effort if you sit down and you try to play that, because it's not just this part and this part, it's maintaining the time in the 4/4, the cut time, however you want to look at it, and making sure that you hit those figures with the band, and maintaining this awesome little tasty thing that what it does is it adds chaos. It adds chaos to the part. It takes something that has been very backbeat heavy the entire song. It's driven, and you are feeling that backbeat. Now the snare is not on that backbeat. It is all over the place, and the drums are all over the place, and the cymbals are all over the place. So it creates that chaos, and then it all builds up to go. And then the final shout of the song, which is another incredibly cool part. And I think people who listen to this might listen to this and say that Jorb uses a double bass pedal, but he does not use a double bass pedal.
Right.
And I don't think he ever has used a double bass pedal. So on this very last part, the last part of this shout section, as I call it, you hear of a rumble. There's a rumble in the drums, I like to say. And it's Jord playing on his floor tom, between his floor tom and his bass drum. He's splitting between the floor tom and the bass drum, and then coming up to get the ride cymbal to hit that backbeat. digga dagga digga dagga digga dagga. And so he's splitting it between the floor tom and the bass drum, hitting the ride cymbal, getting that all up, and building that rumble, because it's all this chaos has built to this point. Go speculative fiction, blah 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 blah, and then it finally gets to that, and it's this rumble that comes out, and then he hits you with that big drum fill at the end that is just so sweet. Nice combination of threes and twos between the bass drum and the toms. And I mean, it's just a classic ending to a Propaganda song, is a big badass drum fill from Jord and a kick by the band, and it's over. And you're just left there just going, oh, that's great. That was great.
I can't wait to like go back and listen to songs now, and for me to try to figure out, okay, what's the shout on this song?
Yeah, it's Propaganda. There's a lot of them, especially on Potemkin City Limits. I mean, Iteration has a great one. Just any time, and that was one of the things that I had referred to earlier, is the way Chris writes is, you know, usually in those sections, it's something very serious that needs to be conveyed.
Yeah.
That you know, he's shouting at you, you know, like shouting that this is something that you need to hear. And I should have had all the lyrics up, but yeah, Iteration is one of them. Can't gouge 10,000 eyes from a single head. So I think we should observe a sense of justice that would serve a sense of function and poetry. Like that whole thing. It's like that to me is kind of the shout from that.
Yeah. And that's a Jord line too. Jord wrote that line, which Chris talks about on his, it's actually probably my single favorite moment on his entire Patreon podcast. The moment when Jord gives him that piece of paper with that lyrics scribbled on it. I'm not joking when I say I get goosebumps every single time I think about it.
So are you saying that there's video of Jord actually literally?
No. So just Chris tells that story of where he felt stuck on the end of Iteration, and he didn't know how to take the song to the next, to the next level, or to really wrap up what he wanted to say. And he showed Jord what he came up with. And then the next day, Jord just gives him this paper of like his idea, and it was that lyric, can't gouge 10,000 eyes. Yeah,
it is one of the single greatest lines in music history.
Yeah,
I mean, it's so good. And in the context of that song, when I hear that, I just think of so many people who that applies to, and just like the justice of like really it's just perfect. Can't gouge 10,000 eyes from a single head. And it's just incredible. But yeah, that's that's kind of part of what makes their shout moments so special, is that it's not just a point in the song where the music's loud. It's a point in the song where the themes are prevalent, the music's loud, and Chris is telling you something that's going to be very profound for you to like reflect on. And I think that's one of the most special things about this band, is I don't think there's any other band that has made me reflect on so many things about the world and politics and myself. Like, you know, being 20 years old and just full of testosterone, and listening to Refusing to Be a Man and being like, wait, what is he saying right now? Yeah. What did he just sing? What? And then being kind of like, well, I can kind of get that. Like, I mean, that's not my experience, but like you begin to think like, fuck, man, maybe I have been kind of like toxically manipulated into being manly, you know, and like you just begin to reflect. And Propaganda, they're so good at like writing songs that just make you stop and think about what he's saying, that then makes you think about what you're thinking. And every single album has been like that. I mean, a large part of coping with 9/11 was listening to Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes, and that being kind of an outlet for a lot of the confusion and anger that people had at the time. That album was perfect for that, because there were so many songs that had that kind of powerful effect on you. Like Bullshit Politicians, like if you just want to scream at the world, put on Bullshit Politicians and sing along, man, because you know they're so good at it. And that's one of the redeeming qualities of the band that I'll always hang on to, is just like they really they make you think.
Yeah,
because they're thoughtful.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I've noticed too that a lot of people have commented on with our chats and on social media is that if I was really kind of pointing the finger outward, listening to this band a lot and parroting their lyrics or trying to take these things, but maybe sometimes taking the wrong message and not conveying the message in a way, like so much now I realize I don't look outward at others or at certain people or issues, that so much of it now is introspective that I feel like I struggle more with the internal side of it than understanding like the outside world.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's always been consistent. I mean, every album they've put out, you get a refresher of kind of doing that introspection, and then you kind of get a reset. And not to say that like propaganda albums are the end all be all of being a good person or being a reflective person, but it is nice to have something that you can kind of have in your life that can do that, along with other things in your life that can do that. So,
absolutely. So Garrett, is there anything else about this song you want to say before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think one of the other things that, I mean, it's still reference to something I said earlier, is the amount of the space that they can create. Like on the Murals on West Broadway Finally Fade section, where the band just plays a note and sustains, and Jord is the only voice. Jord and Chris are the only voices in that section, and it's just Jord playing that very driving, very swinging punk beat, and Chris kind of giving the kind of the conclusion to the story here, is that the murals have faded, and you know, we're waving goodbye to your sad childish refrains, and we're over you, or whatever, however you want to interpret it. But that's like the last thing that I was thinking of, was just that how tasty that is to have that section where again a place where the lyrics are very important to the story of the song, and when you need that, when they need that space, they create that space, and Jord kind of fills it in perfectly while still moving the song forward. I just love so much about this song, and I really had a hard time picking a song because there are so many. Like
we hear that a lot.
Dude, well, and for drumming, just specifically drumming, it's just like I was going over how many different things I could do, because I could just sit here and name songs that are great drumming songs, but this was the one. It was that the 3/4 part that I thought of. I was like, which song has that in it? I think it's Speculative Fiction. So it's one of my favorites. They're one of my favorites. I could say, I could go on and on and on for hours and hours and hours just talking about how great Jord is, and how great the band is. But I think I've covered enough. I got through all my notes. So
well, Garrett, this is great because, you know, Greg and I, we tried to do justice, and we felt like we've not been able to really break down and share enough about what Jord accomplishes and what he creates. So to hear your insight and hear your descriptions is great for me, but I really think our listeners are going to enjoy it as well. And where can they find you, your videos? Where can they check out your music or anything else if they want to say hi or subscribe? Plug your social media.
There's the YouTube channel. It's youtube.com, Garrett Miller Drums. And you can just put Garrett Miller Drums, and I'm sure the Bleed video will pop up or something. And you can go there. Instagram, Garrett Miller Drums. If you want to email me, garrettmillerdrums@gmail.com. Patreon, Garrett Miller Drums. It's all Garrett Miller Drums, but no Twitter, no Facebook page. Don't find me on my personal page, please. I don't think people can add me anyway. I set it up that way, but yeah, that's it. The Instagram, Patreon, YouTube, it's all Garrett Miller Drums. So you can hit me up there, do whatever. It's all there.
Well, thanks for talking to us today.
I appreciate it. I really enjoy your show. I really enjoy what you guys have been doing. I was listening the other day and just sitting there having people say things that I've been saying in the shower or in the car when listening to the band, and going, yeah, man, right on. These guys get it. So it's been fun. I really appreciate you reaching out.
We don't care if we're destroyed. We'll never capitulate. We'll take the whole fucking world down. Down with us in flames. Just a speculative fiction. No cause for alarm. We got a good
Thank you again to Wob Rice and Garrett Miller. I'm thankful to have been able to take part in conversations that address both the lyrical themes and the musical composition of one of my favorite songs of all time. If you haven't already given Wob a follow on social media, you can find him at Wob, at WAUB. He's one of my favorite people on the not always positive digital hellscapes that are Twitter and Instagram.
Definitely.
And you can find Garrett Miller to talk music, drumming, propaganda at Garrett Miller Drums. It's 2 R's and 2 T's in Garrett. You'll find him on Instagram, YouTube, and Patreon.
I was watching Garrett's recent drum reaction video the other day. He kind of took a little hiatus as well from his channel, but I know that he's back now, and I love watching him because he just loves drums so much. And I'm so glad that somebody who loves drums that much was willing to come on and talk about Jord with us and how special and awesome Jord is as a player. So that's so cool. So thank you to Garrett, and thank you to Wob again. And so, before we dive in here, as you know, I recently saw Propaganda in Winnipeg, and I saw Sue Lin for the first time live. And
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that was the first time I'd ever seen Sue Lin live. So it was amazing to have that experience finally, because Sue Lin's been in the band for years at this point. But I just wanted to shout out again that tryout video with Sue Lin playing Speculative Fiction, which was the first glance of Sue Lin that we got in the band as fans. And I went back and watched that video a couple of times because there's a lot of close-ups of Jord playing. And that video has been viewed over 250,000 times.
Wow.
So like that tryout video, Speculative Fiction, where they're playing on that black and white checkerboard floor, 250,000 times. And there's just so many good close-ups of Jord as well and what Jord's doing on drums. But this is just, I just wanted to give a shout out to Sue Lin on this because, it's awesome. It's awesome seeing Sue Lin live finally in the band, and then realizing this is the first song I ever saw Sue Lin play with Propaganda.
Yeah, that's cool.
So, we should dive into some of the music here. What do you think, buddy?
All right. You want to start with some guitar?
Yeah. So, I've got the Sheet Happens book for Potemkin City Limits, and I went in and I learned the opening riff on so I played that on my acoustic guitar a bunch of times yesterday. And then I also learned the core riff, which is the do. And, the core riff of this song is not that hard. If a totally terrible guitar player like me can learn how to play that if anybody can learn how to play that, and I can learn how to play it, you guys can all out there can learn how to play it as well. But the magic in this song on guitar to me is in the transition parts where it's in the so it's all the transitions that are in this song that make this song special on guitar. But hands down, my favorite riff of this song is played under "And while you may stand 6 full cubits and a span, we've got a shepherd sling and 5 stones in our hand, the battle of 1812 is in our heart." And like he's just ripping on that part. And I absolutely love it. But that part just slays. And watching Clem on Last Note play that particular part, it just looks awesome. So I just love that part even more. But like to me, something that's really interesting about this that I sort of put together recently is there's a reason there are bands out there that have songs that just stand out. And this is one of the songs that stands out so much for this band. And it reminds me a lot of the performance of Propaganda's version of I Am a Rifle, which was originally written by Rebel Spell. I feel like I Am a Rifle and Speculative Fiction have like similar feels for how Propaganda plays them. And I mean, both of those songs are absolute showstoppers live. And I'm just like, man, there's just a certain feeling about the way this song is performed that just gives it that extra oomph. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could totally hear that. And just thinking about the guitars too, Greg. Well, there's this balance of soft and delicate and melodic with the thrashy, the heavy, the chuggy, even the triplets that make this really unique. And I can play a few riffs, but very sloppily and at like half speed. So it all like, sounds a lot easier than it actually is to play. Like I feel good about it. And then I try to play along to, the actual, the album. And then I just put my guitar back down.
I'm going to make you, I'm going to make you play guitar on this show sometime. I swear it's going to happen.
I'm not singing. I'm not playing guitar. That part with the stupid fucking laser pucks, that riff there musically is probably top 3 Propaganda moments for me. It sounds like Propaganda meets Master of Puppets era Metallica. It's just thrashy, it's fast, it's got a really awesome pattern to it. Then I really love the groovy riff that builds after things kind of calm down some. That I can't play. That one is really complex in its if it's rhythm or timing. That's one that I think I can play in my head, and I sit down with my guitar, and that's not happening. And it actually reminds me of the riff that brings the energy back and supporting cast after that mellow break partway through the song. I like how that riff then transitions to power chords, and it's essentially that's the same thing, but played a lot heavier. And then there's just the huge closing guitar wise with like that kind of hammering on solo part. I think just guitar wise, there's a reason why if I had to, when I was in college, if you remember, with my 2000 Camaro with T-tops, if I had to drive to campus, I was playing this song on repeat so loud that my ears would ring because I wanted everyone around me to hear this, even if they didn't like it or didn't know what it was. So just there's a visual for you, just me driving around, Indiana in a Camaro with a tops down, blasting this song on repeat.
I love it. Well, I mean, this is just such an amazing song. So the bass on this one is actually pretty straightforward, a pretty straightforward tune on bass, and the instructions on it are crystal clear on the Sheet Happens book. And I think this is a song that looks pretty accessible. So if anybody out there is, trying to play some Propaganda on bass, maybe go and check out that Sheet Happens book, because this one looks really accessible. But my favorite part on the bass is from 2:44 to 3 minutes, where Todd comes in with a riff that sounds like it could have been like on a Spoon or a White Rabbits record or something like that. That part is just absolutely so awesome. But do 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 do
right
do 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 do, and I'm just like, oh, dance party. So that bass riff just feels so groovy and so dancey. I just want to dance to it. So yeah, that's something that I was thinking about with the bass, is how like this riff that he's got in there sounds like it could be from like a band like Spoon,
And you mentioned Clem already, but there are a lot of really great bass playthroughs as well, if anyone is looking to have a visual as they are playing along at home. And my best friend's dad listened to a lot of Rush, Masters of Reality, Power Trio stuff. He used to make us sit and watch him play bass along to like proggy power rock. And this week, I'm not joking, I had a flashback from college of standing in his garage, plugging in my Potemkin CD on a stereo and letting him hear this song. And, of all the music that I liked then and now, that this he got into, and this he really appreciated the bass, like the powerful aspect of the bass that's all throughout the track.
Yeah, well, and if you think about the band's influences and Todd's musical influences, I bet that dude and Todd, your friend's dad and Todd, would be very like similar in a lot of their styles and preferences about what they listen to, Like, so there's not really that much difference. But as far as the drums go, you and Garrett had such an awesome chat about drums specifically, so I'm not going to belabor this too much, but I absolutely love the drum recording on
Mhm.
Potemkin City Limits in general. I think this record sounds amazing on drums. I love all of it. I think that Blair Kalibaba did a great job on the drum tracking. And I think that Jord obviously put in a hell of a performance on this record, as he always does. But the snare drum sound on Potemkin City Limits alone is one of my favorite things about the entire record. So I love the intro to Speculative Fiction on the drums. I love how Jord's kick pedal and Todd's bass sync up on the intro. I love the way that Jord has these like gentle touches on the China cymbal, just ever so gently in the introduction. And if anybody goes back and watches that Sue Lin tryout video, you can watch just how delicately Jord taps that China cymbal on this intro part. But another observation I have here is that I've never talked about is how much I like that Jord has 4 toms on his drum kit. He's got 3 rack toms, then 1 floor tom. And I love that setup. When Chris comes in on the "We Don't Care If We're Destroyed" part of this song, Jord uses that 3rd rack tom and that floor tom, and it's just got so much boom and depth that like I can feel that big tom selection really well when I listen for depth. Like if I blast my stereo with the vinyl, or if I listen to the album like in very high volumes in my headphones, I really can feel that 3rd rack tom and that floor tom on that "We Don't Care If We're Destroyed" part. So shout out to Jord for having 4 toms. But you mentioned the guitar outro earlier, and I am going to add the drum outro on top of that, where it feels like double bass.
Right.
After he's
right.
like, "Go," and so it's so interesting. And to see it happen, you have to watch the Sue Lin tryout video because it shows it in close up. But like he's going on the ride cymbal and the floor tom with his right hand. And it's hard to describe, but after Chris sings "Just Speculative Fiction," it's so rad because if it was me playing that part on drums, I would just be going kick, snare, like with my right hand just bashing on the ride cymbal, like, you know, like a monster. But Jord, with his right hand, he's going back and forth between the ride cymbal and the floor tom. So he's going like back and forth on every single hit. So instead of every hit being on the ride cymbal, he's going ride floor, ride floor, ride floor, ride floor, ride floor, ride floor. So it's really, really fascinating to watch him do it because it's one of those ways where he gets that simulated double bass sound without a double kick pedal, but also having cymbals in the track, like cymbals in the recording, because he can't just do the floor because he has those cymbals going still. So it's really interesting to watch him just go back and forth between the ride cymbal and the floor tom. Like he's just alternating hits on his like quarter notes. It's really insane. So I highly recommend people go and watch Jord go back and forth between the ride and the floor tom on this outro because it's nuts.
Is that like the same thing that he does at the end of Victory Lap?
No, Victory Lap actually has a double kick pedal. Yeah, Victory Lap is the only double kick pedal recording of Propaganda, but seeing them live, he does not have a double kick pedal on his kick live. He does the simulated double kick with the ride cymbal and the floor tom live for the Victory Lap outro. So he's doing on this song what he did on the record. He is doing live on the Victory Lap outro pretty close as far as I can tell.
Well, let's talk about the vocals because I mean, Chris's performance here is incredible.
Yeah. I love the recent Patreon video where he discussed his vocal techniques and explains the updated melodies on how he's using like more sustainable vocal techniques now to save his voice while also performing to his own extraordinarily high standards as a musician. Like if you watch him sing now compared to when this came out, he sings a lot less from his throat So if you watch him sing now, he's got this different technique and feel, where he's singing much less loud. He's singing a lot more quietly. But watching him sing this live recently in Winnipeg, it sounds different on the Cubits vocal part because he's using a different technique than how he sang the song on the record. And I can tell he's singing quieter, but it's still really cool that he's still learning to like adapt as a musician, like throughout his life, instead of just staying stagnant and blasting his voice out, because that's not sustainable. So what do you think about this performance?
Yeah, the videos that I've seen later, it definitely sounds different than than the studio version. But I think just understanding that age and wear and tear and keeping those things in mind and not expecting something to sound exactly like it does on the record, whether it's a YouTube video from a few years ago or when you got to see them live in Winnipeg, knowing it's going to sound a little different, but it still sounds killer.
Yeah, and then there's the updated alternative version as well on Patreon. And something that's so special about Patreon is that Chris, he's using these funds to create these like really intricate and in-depth performances. And he's like, I'm assuming he's like paying these musicians for their time, but the vibe of the alternative version is like Power Windows era Rush. Sounds like kind of like Invisible Touch by Genesis, or like In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel, or Synchronicity by The Police. So hearing Speculative Fiction performed in the style of these 80s classics, like there's like some synthwave elements that I've been liking lately. But like what's so cool about when Chris hears the new version, he has these like modified melodies on the vocals in the alternative version.
Right.
The burnout shells of southbound traffic lay strewn along the coast. Stretch a whipping interstate, still visible below. Below the child remains, Pax Americana waits.
And what's so cool is that some of the modified melodies have made it into the live performance as sections when Propaganda plays it. So he's singing the new melodies in the versions live now that he developed because of the alternative version that he made for Patreon. So like, it's just so neat to hear a new spin on some vocal melodies. And that really just goes to show how songs like this are not, set in stone for all time, like they are on the record, but like the ways that I love when artists toy with things. But yeah, I just love the fact that he is singing in the live versions with Propaganda, some of the stuff that he's done on Patreon. But I know a lot of songs on Potemkin City 11s aren't played live anymore as well because of the vocal approach Chris took across the record. But holy cow, I am so glad this one is doable for the band, because having a song like this in a discography that never gets played would be such a shame.
Right.
And there's 11 songs on Potemkin that didn't get played at the live shows recently. So I would say that goes for every song on the record. But it's like, if a song is getting played at a show, I'm so grateful it's this one.
Yeah, if it means being static, if that means it's going to be left out, I would rather take a modified version that is sustainable for the band to play any day of the week.
Absolutely. So, so Keith, I have something goofy before we get to the lyrics. Is this okay with you?
Sure.
Okay, so there is a Bandcamp page that I found recently called screamingfastcore.bandcamp.com based out of Lima, Peru. And the person who makes this page does 8-bit covers, like Nintendo style of Propaganda records. And the thing I love about it is that they are instrumentals and they are fun to sing over. So recently I've been standing in my living room with a Rode NT1 microphone and just been screaming my head off in my living room over these 8-bit Propaganda Nintendo core cover songs. And I've just been having a ton of fun. So if anybody out there is looking to sing Propaganda songs, you can get an instrumental 8-bit record for $4. He's got Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. He's got Potemkin City Limits, and there's also the Victory Lap one that's available on YouTube. But so here is a tiny sample of me goofing off in my living room, and I did this in one take, and I stink at singing, so I'm not going to subject you to too much of this. But this is me singing speculative fiction. All right, enough of that nonsense. Let's talk about some good stuff. Let's talk about the lyrics. So, first, do you remember when we recorded When All Your Fears Collide?
Yeah, sort of, I think. I don't know. No.
Episode 7, 8?
Oh, yeah.
Way back. So much of what I could have said about this song, like, thematically and stuff like that, a lot of the things that I probably could have said about this song, I also said about When All Your Fears Collide.
Yeah.
Because these two songs are sort of companions for me. I went really descriptive and vivid in what I see as another speculative fiction song for this band on that episode. And I worked super hard on that episode, I might add. And it's kind of old at this point, but I listened back to some of it and I think is like, oh, this holds up. So if anybody's looking for more commentary on some of my thoughts on world building within speculative fiction songwriting, go back and check out that episode. But yeah, tell me what some of your thoughts here on these opening lines.
So it reads here: a new iron curtain drawn across the 49th parallel. Cut all diplomatic ties as we expel all American dignitaries and issue a nationwide travel advisory for any others left inside. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And it's actually kind of hard to read that and not sing it, which I'm not singing, or to say it at least in the melodies.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I'm waiting for the country version.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That's a bad one. Zucosis works way better for country. There's no way around that. Okay, so earlier I talked about Margaret Atwood's description of like throwing us into a new world that is recognizable yet different without lots of exposition.
Yeah.
So here we have the opening scene of something totally recognizable to so many people living in North America, the 49th parallel, which makes up much of the longest international border between two countries in the entire world. So just as a little bit of background, the 49th parallel is 2,030 kilometers long, 1,260 miles of the U.S.-Canada border from British Columbia to Manitoba. on the Canada side and Washington to Minnesota on the US side. And this was like kind of written and planned on the Anglo-American Convention of 1818 and the Oregon Treaty of 1846, if you can believe this. But survey markers placed in the 19th century caused parts of the border to deviate for like up to 10 meters on both sides. So it was kind of like a work in progress for a while, but that's a little bit about the 49th parallel. Did you find anything on that?
No, I'm good. Keep going.
All right. So the next thing that really jumps out to me is the cut all diplomatic ties as we expel American dignitaries. So the ideas of Canadian American diplomacy and alliance is referenced here, but it's referenced in the past tense. So we have a throwback reference also to the Iron Curtain, which was a political, military, and ideological barrier erected by the Soviet Union after World War II to seal itself off and its allies from open contact with the West and other non-communist areas. So this is crazy stuff if you consider all the different elements here. So we have the 49th parallel, the longest international border between two countries in the world. We have an Iron Curtain, and we have the idea of diplomatic relations between two countries in a friendly manner. So the song asks us to imagine a sealed border between the US and Canada, but this is no longer speculative, right? Since the vast discrepancies in the handling of the pandemic caused border closures lasting from March of 2020 to late August of 2021. So envisioning border closure was my personal reality living here in Buffalo, New York for the last year and a half. The fact that I made it to Winnipeg for those shows is still mind-boggling to me because I was absolutely certain that I would arrive at the border and be turned away.
Yeah.
But the last couple of years have been utterly horrific for border traffic here in Buffalo, but also just jarring and weird, man. Like that border crossing access is one of the reasons I live where I live. Like I live in Buffalo on the border on purpose. I live within minutes of the border by design. It's not an accident that I live this close to the border. I live here on purpose. So when that border closed and I knew I couldn't cross it anymore, it really messed with my head, man. It's a weird feeling to spend a huge chunk of my life living in Missouri far from a border and then move to a place right on the border by design and to cross that border all the time because it's right there. I used to go across to Canada twice a month, like clockwork. And then boom, it was over and I didn't cross for 19 months and it was right there. The amount of times I rode my bike under the bridges that go to Canada from Buffalo and seeing those bridges empty of traffic, because usually they're filled with cars, like it's like jam-packed all the way across all the time, unless it's the middle of the night. So riding my bike underneath the Peace Bridge in downtown Buffalo and seeing an empty bridge was wild. And this is obviously different than the historical Iron Curtain, which existed for the reasons it existed. But to go from crossing a border twice a month to not crossing for 19 months because of forced closures, it freaked me out. And we think of the Iron Curtain as like an ideology barricade. Imagine Canada walling off their border to the US because it's like suggesting the ideological differences between the two countries could get so severe that is what happens. It's not that hard to imagine at this point. Like when American governments see other nations as unstable, they'll call off their diplomats and oftentimes the embassy workers. And in this song, Canada is doing that to the US. So nowhere to run, nowhere to hide is now like a poignantly frightening line to me after living next to a closed border for a year and a half. And it reminds me of a scene like The Handmaid's Tale, where June's family is trying to cross the border into Canada. And like that eerie sensation that when this all ends, we will be unlikely to get away makes me feel pretty hollow.
Yeah, I still have that landlocked feeling being in Indiana, that I don't have that personal connection. So that feels very distant, geographically, culturally. I think that those are interesting insights that I didn't really think of, you sharing, Greg. And I think this is like the band giving Americans a taste of their own medicine with that opening line, right? Like the us and them timeline, the us and them timeline of jingoism that runs through American history. If that's back to like the Naturalization Act of 1790 that allowed any free white person of good character, quote, good character, to become a U.S. citizen. Until recently, the Border Patrol agents horsewhipping Haitian immigrants. The script is flipped here as Americans are the ones who are rounded up, hunted down, and deported. And I think we don't hear that enough. And we probably need to hear that a little bit more, even if it's just in a song.
Yeah, and then we've got this next line. The burned out shells of southbound traffic lay strewn along a cold stretch of would-be interstate, still visible below their charred remains, Pax Americana plates. Your stupid fucking laser pucks were just the start. So I looked up a bunch of this stuff, and this is all really interesting, like detail that Chris is including here. So Pax Americana is a term that it's applied to the concept of relative peace in the Western Hemisphere. And later, the world after the end of World War II, when the United States became the world's dominant economic and military power. However you feel about that, I'm sure there's a wide range of opinions out there.
Lots of rolling eyes, hopefully.
Yeah, seriously. And I also looked up laser pucks, and I found the following description. Fox Tracks, also referred to as the glowing puck, is an augmented reality system that was used by Fox Sports of the NHL from 96 to 98. And the system was intended to help television viewers visually follow a hockey puck on the ice, especially near the bottom of the rink where the traditional center ice camera was unable to see it due to sideboards obstructing the puck's location. The system used modified hockey pucks containing shock sensors and infrared emitters, which were then read by sensors and computer systems to generate on-screen graphics such as the blue glow around the puck and other enhancements such as trails to indicate the hardness and speed of shots. The system was first used during the 96 All-Star Game and was used until the end of the 97-98 season. Fox Tracks received mixed reviews from viewers and critics, although some viewers thought that Fox Tracks helped them follow the game more easily. The concept was criticized, especially by Canadian critics, for being a gimmick that distracted from the game. So here are a few laser puck reviews. The graphics were distracting and meant to make the broadcast cater towards casual viewers. So that's a good one. A sports writer named Greg.END stated that Fox Tracks was, quote, cheesy enough that it looked like hockey by way of a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers production budget, and considered it a sad commentary on what outsiders thought of both hockey and American hockey fans.
Nice.
And acknowledging that, Canadian-born journalist Peter Jennings stated on air that Canadians would probably hate it. Wyshynski suggested that Fox Tracks was an admission that American viewers were too hockey stupid to follow the play or need to be distracted by shiny new toys in order to watch the sport.
Well, as everyone knows from my interview with Wob, that I am definitely hockey stupid, that I would take the gimmick, even if it means making it look like Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey and Nintendo 64. So this is definitely directed toward me.
Nice. Well, and interestingly, so it went away for a long time, but player and puck tracking were reintroduced into the NHL in 2019 and 2020 with an astronomical amount of data being collected throughout games. And I'm just wondering, dude, when is Black Mirror going to make an episode with an arena full of people who bought tickets to watch a live hockey game, but stare at their phones so they can get the latest data point download check-ins instead of actually watching the players play hockey? Like, I can just see it now, an arena full of people who paid to see hockey, who watch the data streams across their phone screen. It's not that different than what hockey games are like now, if you think about it. Like, if you don't believe me, next time you go to a hockey game, look around and see how many people are just staring at their phones the whole time. It's pretty jarring and pretty surreal. So Black Mirror, there is your next episode. You're welcome. So yeah. And I'm also I have another thought here. If we think about that burned out shells of southbound traffic lay right now, I know we have a lot of listeners in Southern Ontario, between Niagara Falls and Toronto, and anybody who lives in this region around Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Hamilton, Toronto, St. Catharines. There's a road that I'm envisioning of the burned out shells of cars, and it's the Queen Elizabeth Way, which is known here as QEW, that runs from Toronto to Niagara Falls and crosses at Lewiston, the Rainbow Bridge at Niagara, and the Peace Bridge at Buffalo. And it's easy to picture these cars going to the American border on the QEW, and then just like being stuck in traffic forever, and then something terrible happens.
And that's a great visual. I think one of the best in the song, the burnout shells of the traffic. And scenes from books or movies come to mind for me of traffic fleeing a city hit by some disaster. The outbound lanes slowed to a halt, like Stephen King's The Stand, or even like Independence Day. Those visuals flash in my mind. And I was also curious about what that exodus would actually look like number-wise. So I tried to find some statistics on Americans in Canada. So in terms of travel, the number of U.S. citizens traveling to Canada increased from 2014 to 2019, rising from 11.5 million to almost 15 million. And then the number saw just substantial decline in 2020. Due to COVID, to just 1.9 million. And then long-term residency, the statistics are somewhat unclear, but according to the 2016 census, there were something like 375,000 Canadians who reported American as being a part of their identity, even if only partially. So our friends in the North are probably tired of the American cliche of moving to Canada, especially after elections. I found that even Toronto alone has the world's third largest population of Americans living outside of the US. And in 2015, a little over 6,800 Americans tried to apply for permanent residency in Canada, followed by just over 7,700 in 2016. But in 2017, the year of Trump's inauguration, that figure actually jumped to over 9,000. And it had only recently dipped below 8,700 due to COVID. So, the whole leaving the US for Canada, I guess, was actually possibly partly true, or at least coincided with Trump's presidency. So just thinking about what those numbers would look like what that exodus, how that would play out in person. I mean, these are some pretty big numbers pre-COVID.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, okay. So we got this next line here, which is incredibly fascinating for a couple of reasons. So the lyric is, "And while you may stand 6 full cubits and a span, we've got a shepherd's sling and 5 stones in our hand, and the battle of 1812 lives in our hearts." This is such an interesting line, where the story of David and Goliath from the Bible meets the War of 1812. It's clever. And I'm curious about the usage of battle as opposed to war here. I've never heard of it referred to as the Battle of 1812 anywhere else except this song. Living here in Buffalo, we often hear about the Battle of Black Rock and the Battle of Buffalo regularly, which took place during the War of 1812 in December of 1813 near the Niagara River. And there are historical markers here in Buffalo all over town that I would happily take anyone to see if you're ever here in town and want to go. And the British forces drove off defenders and destroyed many buildings and ships. And the operation here in Buffalo and Black Rock was a retaliation for American troops burning the Canadian village of Newark, which is present day Niagara on the Lake. And it's really well known around these parts that virtually all of Buffalo and Black Rock was burned almost entirely, which explains a lot of the lack of very old buildings here in Buffalo, is that the city was like torched almost entirely during the Battle of Black Rock and the Battle of Buffalo. And Black Rock is now actually just a neighborhood here in Buffalo. I ride my bike through it all the time. But when this war happened, Black Rock and Buffalo were two separate towns, and then Buffalo sort of encompassed Black Rock later on. So Black Rock is actually just a neighborhood just north of downtown Buffalo. So that's a little bit of the reference for what I'm thinking about with battle. But the biblical reference is the passage from Samuel chapter 17. And I've got the quote here. This is from the Bible in book of Samuel. And so here's the quote. So now the Philistines gathered their forces for war and assembled at Succo in Judah. They pitched camp at Ephes-dammim between Succo and Azekah. Saul and the Israelites assembled and camped in the valley of Elah and drew up their battle line to meet the Philistines. The Philistines occupied one hill and the Israelites another, with the valley between them. A champion named Goliath, who was from Gath, came out of the Philistine camp. His height was 6 cubits and a span. He had a bronze helmet on his head and wore a coat of scale armor of bronze weighing 5,000 shekels. On his legs he wore bronze greaves, and a bronze javelin was slung on his back. His spear shaft was like a weaver's rod, and its iron point weighed 600 shekels. His shield bearer went ahead of him. Goliath stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel, "Why do you come out and line up for battle? Am I not a Philistine, and are you not the servants of Saul? Choose a man and have him come down to me. If he is able to fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become our subjects and serve us." Then the Philistine said, "This day I defy the armies of Israel. Give me a man and let us fight each other." On hearing the Philistines' words, Saul and all the Israelites were dismayed and terrified. So that's where the 6 full cubits and a span comes from. It's the story of David and Goliath from Samuel, which is, really cool. But thinking of the US getting aggressive towards Canada isn't really even all that far outside of the realm of possibility if you consider climate catastrophe possibilities.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
If you think of the arable farmland band moving north due to, rising temperatures, if you think of fresh water, lakes, rivers, and streams in the south drying up little by little, if you think of all of that, and if you think of the history of American imperialism taking places like, say, Hawaii, that offered some kind of strategic and geographical advantage to the U.S., it isn't far outside the realm of possibility for what the U.S. is capable of doing to other nations. So if you think of a climate change ravaged United States and suddenly a more mild Canada, the idea of an invasion isn't all that far outside of what could happen, except, instead of in 15 years, like in the song, it would be more like 50 or 60. So that is like, these you've got this David and Goliath, and you've got this Goliath in decline, and you've got this ravaged Goliath going up against this David to the north, and you've got these folks who are just like, bring it on. We've got the Battle of 1812 in our hearts, and we're ready for you. So it's just really wild to think about.
Yeah, I wanted to provide a little bit of background or context on the War of 1812. So going back to like the 1790s, before it, America's leaders had tried to avoid being drawn into a series of wars between France and Britain. Pretty famously in 1793, President Washington, who's kind of known for neutrality, issues a proclamation taking a position of neutrality toward both Britain and France. Later on, both John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, the second and third president, they also steered clear of war with France and Britain, but both countries violated American trading rights, stopping American ships, seizing cargo, impressing sailors, kidnapping sailors. It was a policy and practice the British had put into place to take American sailors to actually serve on the naval ships to fight against the French. This is also even done even before, during the Revolutionary era and the colonial era. Jefferson, as a result of these building tensions, called for a total embargo on American trading. And just for a reference, like impressment of American sailors from 1800 was about 917 American ships were stopped and captured by the British, and about more than 6,000 American sailors were actually kidnapped. So not insignificant numbers, but we're still talking about a nation of more than 1 million people. So when James Madison became president in 1809, he was in a similar predicament. Like, how could he force Britain and France to respect America's maritime rights while at the same time avoiding a conflict? So after 3 years of failed diplomatic efforts, James Madison essentially asked Congress to declare war on Great Britain. And it was the first time the independent nation declared war. No Federalists in Congress voted for war. 98 Democratic Republicans, or Jeffersonian Republicans, voted for war, and 22 voted against it. And this is a deeply partisan conflict with the closest margin of vote in U.S. history. The war lasted for over 2 years, and it's pretty much ruled or agreed upon that it ended in a stalemate. But there are some other interesting details that I think that come out of it, or that have a lasting legacy related to it. Partly even how Congress, they couldn't fund it. The people were so ambivalent toward this fighting and the conflict as a whole that Congress couldn't pass a bill to build more naval ships until January of 1813 because of opposition. And like at the beginning of the war, the Navy had been completely defunded after the conflict with the Barbary pirates off the northern coast of Africa had ended. There were 7 frigates fit for sea, 3 that needed repairs, 8 brigs, schooners or sloops, and 165 gunboats. 103 of those were under repair. So essentially no place to get into a war, right? And not prepared either with resources or finances. But of course we voted for war because America.
That's how we roll.
And you mentioned the reference of battle. I see the use of battle of 1812 as referencing America's invasion of Canada during the conflict. And I also want to point out that although indigenous nations took both sides, most indigenous nations aligned themselves with the British. And Tecumseh provides, I think, several really important perspectives here. One quote I have is that he said, "Here is a chance presented to us, yes, such as will never occur again, for us Indians of North America to form ourselves into one great combination and cast our lot with the British in this war." That's something that I think I try to help my students maybe struggle a little bit with. Very similarly, realizing the amount of escaped enslaved people who ultimately joined the British as well. And it's hard to talk about freedom and liberty and those sort of things when you realize you're on like the moral losing side. But I have another quote from Tecumseh in addressing the General William Henry Harrison, later future president, who is the shortest term in office. He
has like 40 days, right?
Yeah, it's like a month. He caught pneumonia and then he died. So a little bit of revenge. Tecumseh said, "You want by your distinction of Indian tribes in allotting to each a particular to make them war with each other. You never see an Indian endeavor to make the white people do this. You are continually driving the red people, when at last you will drive them into the Great Lake, Lake Michigan, where they can neither stand nor work." So it's important, and understanding is from the from settlement until this period and on, this is not just a conflict between the young United States and Great Britain, but it's also the United States fighting a war with against indigenous nations in a variety of capacities. So seeing this parallel, not as isolated events, I think is really important to remember as well. But getting back to that invasion, so Congressman John Randolph of Virginia, he said on December 16th of 1811, "If you go to war, it will not be for the protection of maritime rights. Gentlemen from the north have been taken up to some high mountain and shown all the kingdoms of the earth, and Canada seems tempting in their sight. Agrarian cupidity, greed for farmland, not maritime rights, urges the war." And the thing about the Democratic Republicans is that their vision for America was very much like an agricultural, agrarian utopia that focused way less on manufacturing and like self-sustaining communities where people can grow their own food and not rely on international trade. I mean, we just saw that Jefferson had banned all international trade. So why not extend this agrarian empire further into the north? So the U.S. planned to attack Canada from Detroit, Niagara Falls, and the Hudson River Valley toward Montreal. The attack from Detroit failed because the British and natives, led by Tecumseh, captured Fort Detroit, and other attacks failed when state militia refused to cross the borders. And while the refusal was almost universal, the reasons for it differed person to person. Some of the militiamen believed that their loyalties lie with the state and not the federal government, and therefore they simply disobeyed their federal leader. Few did not also want to attack because of the lack of supplies. Also, regarding the invasion of Canada, General William Henry Harrison marched into Canada. He defeated a combined force of Indigenous and British troops. Then Tecumseh's Confederacy, it built up numerous Native American tribes. It lacked leadership after Tecumseh was killed. The leaderless Confederacy essentially dissolved and broke apart without him. And the offensive actions of the U.S., although Tecumseh is killed and the Native resistance has ended, it failed to actually capture Canada. So the U.S. Army stopped the British from capturing Baltimore, and even after burning much of Washington, D.C., and Andrew Jackson's forces inflicted more than 2,000 British casualties at New Orleans. The final battle, which took place after the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, the agreement that formally ended the war. So the U.S. has stopped, right? But in other ways, like there are these other successes. So the Treaty of Ghent returned all conquered territory to the U.S. and Great Britain, and it didn't actually address the causes of the war in the first place, including impressment, the kidnapping of American sailors, and these the rights of neutral trading vessels that had been captured by Great Britain. The war also led to aggressive American Western expansion and displacement of indigenous peoples. And although there was no clear winner between the U.S. and Great Britain, Native nations and confederacies clearly lost the most as a result of the war through the Creek Wars or the subsequent Black Hawk Wars, and far more conflicts throughout the early 1800s. And although, so actually I have something from the War Museum from Canada. It's a resource I use in my class that talks about Indigenous, Canadian, American, and British perspectives and the legacies of the conflict. And I want to share this really quickly, and how, although of course not completely monolithic and there could be variations, how there tend to be these different legacies by different groups. So the Indigenous legacy of this conflict is that Canadian First Peoples, Native Americans have never ceased to struggle to preserve their lands and cultures in the New World created by the European settlement of the Americas. And the War of 1812 marked the last time Native Americans went to war to defend their homelands with the support of a powerful European ally. In 2 centuries after his death in Canada, Tecumseh remains a Native American hero who personifies intertribal unity, humanity of war, and military leadership. Regarding Canada, Canadians endured repeated invasions and occasional occupations, but each invasion ultimately ended with an American withdrawal. The Royal Navy and the British Army, supported by Canadian regulars, Canadian militia, and First Peoples warriors, successfully defended Canada, and it led to a number of famous, iconic Canadian figures. The successful defense of Canada allowed British North America to evolve into an independent transcontinental country. Again, maybe that also leads to some people rolling their eyes at home. And then regarding the United States' legacy, the U.S. declared war against Great Britain in June of 1812 in response to British encroachments on American sovereignty. While American forces failed to conquer Canada, they captured several British frigates, won defensive battles against British invasions of the U.S., and Americans have come to view the war as a nation-building experience. It won international respect for their power and sovereignty, inspired their national anthem, and sanctified their national flag. So I think the War of 1812 is interesting for me to teach because, aside from typically people not knowing much about it, it really summarizes a lot of the American story. I mean, like at the time, there's like this ambivalence toward a war that ultimately crafts America's identity early on, when it's very unclear and uncertain in the post-revolution era. The Star Spangled Banner, Uncle Sam, not caring if we actually won, but celebrating like we won anyway.
Oh, God.
Sort of like in 19th century Iraq war, mission accomplished, photo shoot and flyover, while indigenous peoples are steamrolled. So given those things, like, why wouldn't propaganda want a little bit of revenge?
Dude, I just learned so much. It is ridiculous. Thank you for that, Keith. That was a lesson plan boiled into one incredible diatribe. I was totally stoked listening to that the whole time. Do your students like learning about this war whenever you go into this?
So what I typically have them do is we that resource that I shared, I actually think is pretty useful from the warcollege.ca. The big goal that I have is to have students write if the war was justified. So we look at a whole bunch of different perspectives. We look at a ton of primary sources. We read some from some academic historians. We really try to look at the impacts on multiple people, the outcomes on multiple nations and groups, and whether what the intended and unintended consequences are, to say, like, do they think that the war was ultimately justified? And typically the overwhelming response is no, like that they are not really keen to say that it was the conflict was defensible, or that the American acts were justified. And and I think I enjoy doing that because the military history is not something that I really have a super strong grasp on. So looking at it through an interpretation like that, rather than just simply here's what happened with a string of events and casualty numbers or whatever, but focusing in on that question, I think helps me fill in, or at least avoid some of my blind spots.
Yeah, well, when you mentioned, like, wouldn't the band want revenge, which goes nicely into the next line.
Right.
We don't care if we're destroyed. Yeah. We'll never capitulate. We'll take the whole fucking world down with us in flames. And it's like, we know you're going to keep coming at us. We know that this is never going to end. And if we have to, we will burn this place down ourselves to keep you from having it, because we know you're never going to quit. And we will go as far as is necessary to make sure that your objective is not achieved. This is so awesome. This is the screaming out of, we have nothing left to lose, and we're all willing to die to avoid being placed under your thumb. And this is an interesting line too, if you think about the history of Canada, because Canada as a country obviously has a long history that is deeply entrenched with racism, settler colonialism, massive inequality. But in this scenario, I'm envisioning all populations of Canada uniting against this Goliath,
Right.
who is actually a lot weaker than appearances may suggest, to beat back a wave of violence that would be all about something like access to fresh water, as opposed to being about people and good lives for all. And the imagery of burning their own country to make sure the Americans don't have it, amazing.
Yeah, that line is so good. And it's also partly funny to me in this imagined scenario that this, self-professed dorky, goofy, vegan punk metalhead has such an over-the-top proclamation like this, right? I mean, it's kind of absurd, but at the same time, it's a little jarring. Like you said, the way you described it is more the realistic sense that what has to be done to stop America from the destruction it wreaks through imperialist wars and militaristic insurgencies, environmental destruction, and the global moral rot we're responsible for through the garbage art materialism that we market to the rest of the world. I think of it in those two folds. It's like partly comedic, almost like the image of riding the bombs and the bicycles, right?
Yeah.
But also, it also doesn't seem as far-fetched. Like this song doesn't seem as far-fetched as that.
Yeah, and then we've got just a speculative fiction, No Cause for Alarm, and No Cause for Alarm may be one of, if not the favorite propaganda or lyrics of mine. I've toyed with getting the words "No Cause for Alarm" tattooed on me in typewriter font. And when I sing this song in my car, whenever "No Cause for Alarm" happens, I do jazz hands. No cause for alarm. So that's me in my car. So yeah, what do you think about this line?
That's funny. Yeah, I love this line too, because to me it casts doubt on it actually being a speculative fiction or a what if daydream, but one version of how the tomorrow's ashes part plays out in today's empire's tomorrow's ashes.
Oh, well said. So we got this next line here. We've got a good 15 years left till the United We Stand murals on West Broadway finally fade, and we wave goodbye to such sad, childish refrains, replaced with other stupid lullabies like "You can have my guns when you pry them from my cold, dead hands." Just a speculative fiction. No cause for alarm. So at the start of this episode, we defined speculative fiction as discussing supernatural, futuristic, and other imaginative realms. 2020 was the 15-year anniversary of the release of this song. 15 is very specifically mentioned in this song. And what's really interesting is that whenever the band wrote this song in 2000, like whenever this record came out in 2005, I bet 2020 seemed like so far away.
Right.
You know what I mean? But before you know it, here we are. And then some. And while the song is based in an imaginative realm, the last several years have been really prescient about how easily a song like this becomes real in various ways. And I was recently in Winnipeg, and I went to the building where the West Broadway murals stood, and the address was 702 Broadway at the corner of Broadway and Sherbrooke in Winnipeg. And the murals were designed by a person named Peter Nygaard, more on him in a second, and were put up in 2002 and were present until 2007. And the murals read, "We stand united with America," and depicted the American and Canadian flags wrapped around a lit candle. And there were two of them, and they were exactly the same. And they were right in like huge, massive paintings. So a bit of history on the building. The building is now inhabited by a company called Total Flooring. But it used to be inhabited by Nygaard International, a clothing company owned by Peter Nygaard, a Finnish-Canadian fashion executive who had a retail store in the building. And Nygaard is now a very disgraced name. Jamie Fougere was driving me around in Winnipeg telling me all about the history of this particular person and building. But the Winnipeg Free Press reports that over the last year, Nygaard's 50-year fashion empire, largely built upon a rags to riches story, dedicated clientele, and the owner's self-promotion, his face was plastered on ads, banners, billboards in his own stores, has crumbled its swift decline, fueled by Peter Nygaard himself. In February of 2020, 10 women filed a class action lawsuit against the 79-year-old magnate in the U.S. District Court, alleging that he drugged and raped them, with some of the women saying the assaults occurred when they were under 18. A federal raid on Nygaard International's headquarters in Times Square ensued, and Nygaard stepped down from the company. Several more women came forth with allegations of sexual assault, and the company and its subsidiaries were taken into receivership, with properties including the West Broadway Winnipeg store to be sold. And 13 months later, Nygaard is held in custody at the Headingley Correctional Center after being arrested on a U.S. extradition warrant on charges related to sex trafficking and racketeering dating back decades. So I saw that building in Winnipeg. I think I have a picture of the building on our Instagram stories under the Winnipeg button on the profile of our Propaganda Pod Instagram page. So that's where the murals stood that are depicted in the song. They were very real, they were very large, and they were put up by a person whose name is now Mud in Winnipeg. And then we've got that, and we wave goodbye to such sad childish refrains part, replaced with other stupid lullabies like you can have my guns when you pry them from my cold dead hands. So the second half of the line, wave goodbye to such sad childish refrains, resonates with me a lot. I have very little patience for sloganeering. I find sloganeering to be pretty dull in many ways. Make America great again, boring. Yes, we can, boring. America first, boring. Our best days still lie ahead, also boring. One nation, one destiny, boring. So I really love the discussion of sad, childish refrains and stupid lullabies. Like, to me, speaking in such jingoistic ways insults the abilities of human beings to be thoughtful and intelligent, and panders to our basest weaknesses of seeking simple explanations for complex and challenging problems that actually require a lot of depth and detail. And the question of why we like slogans is well documented in psychology research. And in order to realize we're basically being branded as slogans when we talk in slogans, it's interesting to look at the science of slogans. So slogans can position us to remember a brand, which basically is done for the purpose of selling us consumer products. So I read an article on the science of slogans that said, quote, that slogans, quote, facilitate brand recognition since they stick in people's minds. Effective slogans speak to consumers, investors, employees, and other key stakeholders, creating a feeling of familiarity and comfort around a brand. And the way our brains work allows slogans to work. Their effectiveness is due to the largely subconscious process of priming, which influences our thoughts or actions and increases their speed. And effective slogans positively predispose us toward a brand. Most importantly, priming typically occurs without a consumer's awareness, and priming goes wrong once consumers realize they're being manipulated by a slogan. They will then automatically react adversely in an attempt to reverse the bias being forced upon them, called reverse priming. Then the slogan results in a consumer's negative brand experience. So what happens when we dig into bumper sticker sloganeering is we feel like we're standing up for something, but we're really just manipulated and feeling like we had some kind of idea or thought for ourselves. And that's how it feels to me. That's something I love so much about this band, is if you read the lyrics across their discography, they're not a sloganeering band.
Right.
Like so many bands in punk, like there's no chants, there's no like massive sing-alongs, there aren't any "sing it back to me," sloganeering choruses. The band respects the intellects and abilities of the audience to ask us to transcend our worldviews beyond the basest instinctual sloganeering, which is probably why I love them so much in a lot of ways. But the cold dead hand things is a reference to Charlton Heston. Yeah. I'll give you my gun when you pry it from my cold, dead hands, the slogan popularized by the National Rifle Association. And in 2000, Charlton Heston ended his speech in an NRA convention by addressing Al Gore directly, who was running for president at the time, by referencing the slogan while holding a replica of a flintlock rifle from the American Revolutionary War above his head. So here is that clip.
So, as we set out this year to defeat the divisive forces that would take freedom away, I want to say those fighting words for everyone within the sound of my voice to hear and to heed, and especially for you, Mr. Gore. From my cold, dead hands.
And that clip is striking to watch as well, if you look at the video, because people are clapping along with Heston. And, it was tempting for me to judge the people clapping along with what I saw as something that was like really super dull. But like, I think about what I clap along to, and I remember how a lot of people in the world would jump right into the judgments I instinctively had for this 20-plus-year-old video, these people clapping along. And I had to cool my jets for a second. Looking back at the early 2000s, people clapping along to a video like this and knowing how many kids have also died in American school shootings since then is pretty insane. Watching people say from my cold, dead hands, and then over the next 20 years, 256,000 American kids in schools have experienced gun violence. It makes me very frustrated and sad to think about this particular clip and what we know when has gone on to happen in this country in the 2 decades since this clip was originally recorded.
Yeah. I'm glad that you shared a lot of that information, Greg, especially from that article about slogans and the psychology behind it, because I don't want to see bumper stickers. I don't want to see the flags hanging out on yards, in front yards. I don't want to see any of those things. And it's gotten so much that I also just like don't want to talk to people or be around people. Like I go to work and I just want to come home and be with my wife and my son. I had to take a break from social media again. Like I just the endless, if it's either dunking or the bad faith trolling in the first place, like all of it is just there in my head. I feel like constantly that I'm thinking of these things that I saw while I'm giving my son a bath. And I'm like, I need to just Men in Black myself and stop thinking about tweets and stop thinking in tweets and in these simplified, easy ways that lack nuance and context. And, as you shared that about bumper stickers, this quote is specifically about history. I pulled this up. And this is from Ed Ayers, who's a historian at the University of Richmond. And so he's talking about history, but just think about this for anything. I mean, just swipe out history with politics, right? Or swipe out history with, science in this. But he said there's no way to understand history except to study it, to question it, to challenge it. History does not fit on a bumper sticker. New evidence, new methods, and new perspectives necessarily change our understanding of history. And we should welcome revisionist history, just as we welcome revisionist medicine and revisionist science. History that comes to us as nostalgia and fable does more harm than good. Honest history answers our questions only by asking something of us in return. And like you said, Greg, the slogans, the catchphrases, the bumper stickers, they don't really ask for much of us in return other than to just promote those ideas or to conform.
Well, Keith, we have touched on such a wide range of topics for this particular song. It's really incredible how how diverse the range of content is within this, this speculative fictional future that Chris has designed for us here.
Mhm.
I found a couple of YouTube comments. I didn't go too crazy on this, but somebody wrote, "Who could have known how prescient this song would become in 2017? War and violence are never acceptable, and neither is fear. It shames me to admit how afraid I am what our neighbors to the south are doing. A speculative fiction indeed."
Yeah.
And somebody else wrote, "When life imitates art."
Yeah, related to that, I saw 9 months ago, someone posted and commented, "No longer fiction." Another said, "Jesus wept. That is some energy. I almost broke my neck headbanging."
Perfect.
And from the Mosh Cam live video, it said, "Chris nodding at Jor's monster fill at the end of the song makes my heart sore."
Dude, I went back and watched that Mosh Cam video as well. And when Chris comes in, "A new iron curtain drawn across the 49th parallel," the crowd singing that back is like equivalent to that Dear Coach's Corner video clip that gave us both
Right.
those chills before.
Right.
A new iron curtain drawn across the 49th parallel. Cut off your barbaric ties as we expel all American dignitaries and issue a nationwide travel advisory for any others left inside.
Like that Mosh Cam video has the most insane crowd sing back on those opening lines to this song. So everybody should go watch that as well. To bring us in for a landing here, this song is just such a triumph, depicting a future with a permanently closed border where Canada and the US are ideological enemies and facing off as adversaries. During the whole build the wall years we've recently experienced, a lot of me was thinking Canada should do that to us. We embarrass ourselves so much as a country in so many ways. And it's shocking how I bet some of the major reasons Canada even still engages with us is just because of our interconnected economies. Like how many people in Canada kind of wishes they just wouldn't have to deal with us anymore. You know what I mean? Without the money, why bother? I just think of how fragile the relationships can be between nations on earth and how much we take for granted certain relationships. And how are our relationships being taken for granted with each passing year, especially with allegedly our closest ally in the world? So I just been thinking a lot about that because I live on that border, man. It is 5 miles from where I'm sitting right now.
Well, Greg, if I had to focus in on a single important word to sum up the power of speculative fiction, for me, I think the word is perspective. I think that sums it up pretty well. And not just in the context of the War of 1812, the British, American, Indigenous, Canadian perspectives I shared, but also today, what people around the world think about Americans and why. I was thinking back, and I don't think I ever had a defensive moment as an American listening to propaganda where I was like, whoa, hey, too far. Or, if you don't like America, blah, blah, whatever.
America rules.
Yeah, right. My connection to the band allows me to be open to their critiques. But what about the critiques that come from other places where the lives of the people, living in those places are actively made worse by American policies, actions, beliefs, and hegemony? Am I open to those criticisms? And will I root for those Davids as they take on the Goliath?
I mean, to rate this song, it's the easiest rating. It's a 5. I mean, come on. There's no need to even discuss this nonsense. This is a 5. It oftentimes in my life has been my favorite song, period. Not just propaganda song. So this is easily one of my favorite songs of all time, and it's perfect. So I think that everybody out there probably agrees too. Hopefully.
I agree. Yeah, it's a 5. It was a 5 the moment I first heard it. It was a 5 the 400th time I heard it. It is a 5 for most people I've played it for, fan of the band or not. The song sounds and feels victorious, and for good reason. And I'm rooting for them in the song.
So that is our episode on speculative fiction. Thank you so much to our guests, Garrett Miller and Waubgeshig Rice. Go find all of their stuff. They are both fabulous, and we're grateful to them for their participation. Thank you again to Lang Huck, our buddy in St. Louis, for sending in his lullaby cover of speculative fiction. And I found a recording from a friend in Winnipeg who sort of covertly recorded the Winnipeg shows. And so I'm going to sign us off here with night 1 from Propaganda Live at the Park Theater on October 8th, 2021. This is the first live performed Propaganda song after 2 years of no shows. The recording is not good, but I wanted this out there. So this is the second they walked out on stage, October 8th, 2021 at the Park Theater in Winnipeg. Take care, and we will see you next time.
We can hear the music, but we're not ready. It's been 2 years. We're definitely not ready yet. Holy fuck, am I nervous. Just give us a couple minutes here. We're going to do a little sound check because it's been a long time since we've been up here. Yo, check.
Fuck yeah.